I declare the Special Council meeting open at 6:32 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on the Whadjuk Noongar Budja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to be better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Please note that the audio-visual proceeding of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Attendances are as per the record, and apologies of leave of absence, we have none. Public question and statement time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at an ordinary council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions or statements are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or city employee. To ensure the meeting progresses effectively, attendees are requested to refrain from repetitive comments on matters that have already been discussed. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current special council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the special council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement during public question and statement time may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. If the capacity of the council chamber is exceeded, the public may be requested to view the special council meeting from Banksia Room 1, and please ensure all of your mobile phones are switched off or on silent. Thank you to everyone who has come along to tonight's special council meeting. It is obvious that this matter is of great importance to the community, and I thank those community members who have taken the time to submit either public questions or statements in writing prior to the meeting. This provides an opportunity for administration to prepare a response and demonstrates respect for fellow community members to ensure that the meeting remains effective and considers the matters raised. Firstly, I will read aloud the questions received in writing prior to the meeting, along with the response. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Burns Beach, Mark Folkard, who is here this evening, and thank him for his attendance this evening. So, I've received a deputation from Mr R. Percival from Buckland, and his statement says, "I am the preferred proponent for this project and I would like to provide a short update, please. Dear councillors for the City of Wanneroo, I'd like to take this opportunity to express our very keen desire to continue with this project at the former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park. Council identified us as the preferred proponent for the tender nearly 18 months ago, and since then we have continued to evolve the designs, concepts and layout for a proposed glamping resort. This has given us time to develop the concept, redesign the tent structures to suit the wind and climate, and make other changes based on feedback and questions from the community. Community feedback. from Mr Percival. In every instance, we've tried to resolve any concerns that they may have had and continued to design elements from suggestions they made. Some of these are parking. We made the car park much larger than we require, and we discussed with the city's planning department that we are happy to accept any overflow and reciprocal parking when required. Tent design. We have added many new refinements to our tents to allow for the summer and winter temperatures, the constant wind and sea breeze and hot sun. Many of the walls are now with glass panels and sliding doors or solid recycled plastic composite wall panels that match and blend in with the colour of the canvas. These new panels also greatly improve the climate control inside the tents, plus added security. Reflection pool. After many comments and alternate suggestions, we have decided to delete the pool in total. Fencing. We will provide fencing around the property, especially screening to bushland to limit access by snakes. Surf Club. We understand the Surf Club may need some additional land for boat and trailer storage, and if we are successful, we will try to work with them on this. Community. We will encourage the whole community to come to the venue for any purpose, from a cup of coffee, accommodation, birthday parties and functions, yoga and health groups, local charity groups and businesses meetings. In addition, I'll offer all ratepayers a special discount or membership card for any of the services of our resort. Our experience. Over this time, we have continued to grow our glamping resorts in other areas apart from the originals resort named Bali Beach Glamping. We now have 2 other new resorts in Bali commencing, plus the Beach Club, which is now also progressing. During the last few months, we have also built strong relationships with Tourism WA and the State Government Land Department in Western Australia. Through these, we are now being represented as a key preferred developer in the glamping industry in Western Australia and being offered the opportunity to participate in other tourist accommodation sites across the state. Shareholder experience. I have now a very strong team of partners for the project who are all very well experienced business owners and operators from within the building industry to resort and hotel management. The DA application. We have also been moving forward with preparation for the development application and have most of our consultants in place. We have contracted to a very experienced Perth company known as Hospitality Total Services, who have designed and developed many projects from cafes to hotels with a strong understanding on public and staff flows, design setups, interiors, and all general aspects within the hospitality industry. In addition, we have our other consultants ready to start on other requirements such as flora and fauna, traffic flow management, fire protection and management, acoustic studies, and other consultants and engineers. With this team, we will create a project that will not only surpass the City of Wanneroo's requirements, but also a project that will become loved and well known by the people locally and nationally. We look forward to the opportunity to continue moving forward on this project with the City of Wanneroo. We also have a statement from Mr V Partridge from Tapping. Dear City of Wanneroo Councillors, we are writing to express our strong support of the Queen's Rocks Caravan Park Ecotourism redevelopment proposal. As small business owners and residents of the area, we believe this project presents a significant opportunity for economic growth and sustainable development in our community. The proposed ecotourism accommodation cafe and event space concept aligns perfectly with the natural beauty and environmental values of Queen's Rocks and the City of Wanneroo. It offers a unique opportunity to showcase our region's rich biodiversity, stunning landscapes and cultural heritage to visitors from near and far. By embracing ecotourism principles, this development has the potential to create a sustainable tourism industry that benefits both the local economy and the environment. Ecotourism projects are known for their ability to generate economic growth while minimising negative impacts on the environment. By attracting local, national and international visitors who appreciate and respect nature, the Queen's Rocks Caravan Park ecotourism development can provide a source of income for local businesses, including accommodation providers, cafes, restaurants, tourism operators and recreational activity operators. This would create employment opportunities for residents and contribute to the overall prosperity of our community. In conclusion, we firmly believe that the redevelopment of the Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site as an ecotourism project holds great potential for our community. It offers economic benefits, fosters sustainable practices, and showcases the natural beauty of our region. We wholeheartedly support the approval of this iconic development and look forward to seeing it become a reality. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Vince and Karen Partridge. Ms Di Guys from Mindarie has some questions here, and one question is, 1, can the City of Wanneroo please advise how much money has been spent at the 16th of June 2023 on investigations to Lot 211 over the past 10 years? And the response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance states, project costs are described in the administration report on the Special Council meeting agenda. Project costs include APP Corporation, which is early site investigations in the mid-2010s or earlier this century, $43,385. Praxis Consultancy, Stage 2 business case and expression of interest, $154,165. Utility service location to inform EOI discussions, $8,084. Consideration of proponent, financial due diligence checks and reviews, William Buck, $2,500. Community engagement process, Viv Warren Consulting, including Think Field and Patterson Market Research, $51,085. Ancillary community engagement items, that is postcards and banners, $925. The above amounts are GST exclusive. Further investigation is needed to finalise a complete list of costs. This aspect of the question will be taken on notice and will be the subject of a subsequent response. The costs noted in the report do not include the City's ongoing operation costs in managing the former caravan park site, including security patrols and waste removal. Similarly, precinct costs such as car park maintenance and conservation management are not specific to the project and are not included. Question 2, can the City of Wanneroo please advise how much money has been spent as at the 16th of 6/23 on the preferred proponent's proposal, including but not restricted to consultants' fees, internal staffing, resources and meetings? And the comment from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance is, please refer to the above response to question 1 for the City's project costs. The costs incurred by the proponent are a commercial matter for the proponent and are not available. I have a statement from Mr K. Tasker from Mindarie. This last beachside land should be used as public open space as a forever legacy for families, in brackets wanted by so many as similar to Mullaloo Beach. And once it's gone forever. Then why would Council consider putting profit before family pleasure offered by this space and lose this iconic area that offers so much for future generations, for all Wanneroo residents and the wider community? Mrs Nat Zangali asks, page 21 mentions livable neighbourhoods requirements for local open space. Can you please advise if the calculations used were for all of Quinns locality or just Old Quinns? If not for Old Quinns, please supply calculations for area bounded by Quinns Road, Tapping Way, Ocean Drive terminating at Coastal Rise Quinns Rocks. The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance and Acting Director of Planning and Sustainability says, the calculations were for the entire suburb of Quinns Rocks. Approximately 14.7% of the area bounded by Quinns Road, Tapping Way, Ocean Drive terminating at Coastal Rise Quinns Rocks is made up of local open space, and 12.7% of the area is made up of regional open space. Question 2 from Ms Sangali. Question 8 and 10 of the survey relate to awareness of the project. If someone responding was unfamiliar, they were directed to section 3 and asked to read the project brochure before completing the rest of the survey. In the brochure, Quinns Rocks Caravan Park information brochure, can the City please show where they identified to an unfamiliar respondent? A, the development area is part of Bush Forever. B, the current and adjacent competing uses of the site. C, the current and potential future loss of foreshore land in this locality and the wider Quinns Mindarie locality. The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance to this question says, leading up to the community survey, information was shared with the community between mid-December 2022 and mid-February 2023 to raise awareness of the community engagement process and the concept proposal. All communications directed people to the City's Your Say page, which was viewed more than 27,000 times by more than 12,000 individuals. Your Say contained background information on the project, including a question and answer document that was updated as questions came in, plus the project brochure, which was available following the link. Both documents noted that the proposal was within the current site footprint. The project brochure, which was linked in the survey, was intended as a short document to provide detail on the proposal. The question and answer document provided more detail on key aspects of the former caravan park site, the project history and the development proposal. This includes information on Bush Forever at page 19 of the question and answer document. As noted in the current administration report, the Bush Forever status applies to the whole of Lot 2011, including the developed area, leased and community buildings, former caravan park site, car parking areas and some. In the case of the current proposal, it is emphasised that the proposal is limited to the former caravan park footprint, not the adjoining bushland. The Council's resolution in July 2022 to undertake community engagement referred to the community's views for the preferred use of the former caravan park site, rather than uses for land in other parts of the locality or on the status of coastal erosion. It is also noted that approval of a development application by the WAPC would likely have regard to submissions from the proponent on site considerations such as bushfire management and coastal erosion. These would be matters for the consultants' reports by the proponent and have not yet progressed due to the recent engagement phase and the uncertainty as to how Council intended to proceed. Question 3. Does the City consider waiting 21 years to upgrade and expand Quinns Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club fair and reasonable, considering it is already suffering from a lack of storage and space? The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance and the Director of Community in Place. The City recognises the important contribution and community services provided by the club and has worked with the club over a long period. Support measures are noted in the current administration report. This includes entering a new lease in 2021 to provide additional office area and space on a ground lease for the club to install a sea container for storage as well. In the course of preparing the new lease, City staff also worked closely with the Quinns Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club representatives to ensure that the gym area, completed by the Quinns Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club, in advance of securing formal approvals, was compliant with the relevant building regulations. The proposed resolution acknowledges that the City will continue to work with the club to support its current and future needs. I have a statement from Ms T Saunders from Carramar. A statement is intended to be made for public use of Quinns Beach by school groups and the benefit of public open space schools in the community. That's all the statement says. Then we have a statement from Mr R Ross from Mindarie. Would the councillors agree that this is a complex issue and that there is a large quantity of information to be considered in response to the market survey? Such surveys are very useful when the random sample can be expected to already hold an informed view. For example, political surveys, sampling, comparing food preferences, etc. Question 8 is a critical question in this regard. It may also explain the wide difference between the market research sample and the survey response sample. Why is this question worded to ask about awareness of the location and not awareness of the development proposal? This is a clear introduction of bias. Respondents not answering yes to this question must inform themselves before answering questions 12 onwards. I put forward that respondents not answering yes to question 8 are introducing a strong response bias in favour of the proposal, as informing themselves on the issue has an immediate time cost. Therefore, will the City please present any information regarding the average time to complete the survey for respondents who did not answer yes to question 8? And if this is unavailable, please explain why this is not recorded. And the results of question 15 from the market research sample, broken down by the answer to question 8, such that the reader can appreciate the response bias from previously being uninformed. The response from the director to this question of corporate strategy and performance, it is unclear why a participant not selecting yes would introduce bias. In any event, based on further information from ThinkField relating to face-to-face interviews, it is notable that those respondents completing the market research survey with no connection to the site completed in comparably less time and with less support for the proposal. Respondents who had no connection to the site on average completed the survey 5 minutes faster than those who had a connection to the site. The average person interviewed face-to-face by field researchers took 23 minutes to complete the survey. 66% of respondents had a yes connection to the site, and these people took an average of 25 minutes to complete the survey. 34% of responses who had no connection to the site took an average of 20 minutes to complete the survey. In question 15, respondents with a connection to the site, 52%, preferred the ecotourism proposal, 24% don't mind, and 24% something else altogether. More people with a connection to the site, 52%, preferred the ecotourism proposal than those with no connection to the site, 37%. More people with connection to the site, 24%, preferred something else altogether, compared with those with no connection, 10%. The remainder of those with a connection to the site, 24%, didn't mind what is developed, compared to those with no connection, 53%. As for the reasons for providing the supporting information and including responses from community members with no prior awareness to the site, Council had been clear in its consideration of the item in July 2022 that the wider City of Wanneroo community should have the opportunity to participate in the engagement process, with this including the immediate locality of Lot 211 and the rest of the city. This meant that prior knowledge of the site was not a prerequisite to completing the survey. The question and access to supporting information was intended to ensure that all participants had some awareness of the site and proposal. I have a deputation here from Mr. Doug Croker from Yanchep. I have been involved in having the old caravan park at Quinns Rocks developed into a modern tourist park for over 15 years. The current proposal to allow a glamping park is not going to fill the need for additional tourism accommodation in the City of Wanneroo, and I question its viability due to the fact that it will be a seasonal facility that only caters to a narrow tourism residential demographic. This current proposal came about due to the politicisation of the process, which allowed a very small group of people who wished the property to be turned into open space rather than a quality asset that is much needed within our city. I still believe the current property should have some of the surrounding bush to be part of a land offset program, which will allow a much needed broad spectrum development to go ahead. A number of companies who originally showed interest would only be too pleased to be involved if there was sufficient land to develop an integrated tourist park. The City of Wanneroo needs additional accommodation and tourism developments to allow it to become a destination rather than just a residential city, and the current proposal does not meet the city's future need and wastes an extremely valuable asset. The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The current status of the project, with the ecotourism proposal identified by Council in July 2022 as a preferred candidate, is a reflection of community and council members' concerns at the time of consideration of the business case in September 2020, followed by the petition item considered by Council in December 2020, which resulted in the expression of interest being weighted against expansion of the site, though expansion had not been ruled out entirely, and the level of market interest in the site, noting that the expansion was still an option for the potential EOI candidates to propose. In any event, the current proposal received positive feedback from Destination Perth and Tourism WA, with discussions with city staff during the recent engagement process. This feedback noted the growth of the ecotourism glamping sector of the tourist market and that the proposal would cater for the accommodation needs in the area. I have a question from Ms Kay Wheatcroft from Quinns Rocks. I have previously asked for the figure for the total money spent to date on this project to be made available. I have not seen a response to this question, but an educated guess for all the professional services would put this figure over $500,000. The Council are considering spending an additional $1.4 million on parking 400 to 500 metres from the beachfront. Wouldn't this money be better spent on a public beachfront area like Mullaloo? The community have indicated they would prefer in the market research survey conducted by Council. Response from Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The statement regarding total expenditure is similar to question at item 3.3 from Ms Di Guys. The response has been repeated below, and I don't need to reread that because it's already been read out once. So we go to a question from Mr D Wake from Quinns Rocks, or it's a statement, it says. The proposal to include bushland on Lot 211 in a public reserve for conservation is welcome. The bushland is of regional conservation value and change of tenure would enhance its long-term projection. I think public parkland would be a better use of the caravan park site, offering greater benefit to the community. Leasing the site to a private party for 20 years or so would mean it is not available to meet the community needs at this important beachside location. With a growing local population, demand for recreational space, expanded surf club facilities and associated car parking is likely to grow too. Public parkland and protected bushland would be a better combination for this key coastal node to meet long-term community needs. I commend this alternative to Council in deciding the future use of the caravan park site. Where and how could these needs be met? The response from Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The extent of the need for public open space has been considered in the current report to the Special Council meeting. See the subsection headed Public Open Space within the Details section, pages 20 to 21 of the agenda. Noting that the proposal is consistent with the MRS reservation for the site and provides public amenity through ecotourism accommodation, cafe and event space services, plus an opportunity to use a proposed lawn area, the proposal would offer community benefits. Question 2, would the adjoining bushland be put at risk? And the response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The proposal is to remain within the footprint of the former caravan park site and with the native vegetation in that footprint retained. Question 3, if the tourist development proposal proceeds, would bushland be affected by fire risk mitigation measures, including another access route? The proposal, the response from Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The proposal will require development approval. This would likely proceed if Council resolved to progress further. During the development approval process, the proponent would need to prepare submissions to the WAPC as a relevant authority dealing with bushfire risk and management. Mr S. Healy from Darsh, and his statement says, the proposed ground lease for lot 211 Quinns Road is 21.7 cents per square metre per month. A typical commercial lease in an industrial estate is $10 per metre squared a month. 21 cents for a commercial lease that will feature hospitality and retail on prime beachside land seems extraordinarily low. A new corporate entity will be set up to develop and operate the site at lot 211 Quinns Road. 1. Why is a new company separate to Heritage WA Investments Proprietary Limited required? The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. As noted in the current report to the Special Council meeting, engagement with the proponent remains in a discussion stage and is not yet at formal negotiations. This uncertainty has meant that the proponent has not finalised its company or investment structure. Establishing separate companies to operate separate businesses, whether in hospitality or another section, is a relatively common approach, typically supported by legal and financial advice. There are a range of reasons why this would occur, including having a different mix of investors in each venture. And his question too are, who are the shareholders of this new company? The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The final shareholders and extent of shareholding, that is percentage and how the shares may be held, are still to be determined. If Council resolves to progress, the proponent will need to confirm its structure, and this will be a matter for due diligence by the City. Excuse me while I have a drink. Ms T Henkel from Mindari says, given that the Quinns Mindari Beach is one of the very few shark-netted and surf lifesaving clubs, I'd like to state that that is a swimming enclosure. It's not a shark net enclosure. And surf lifesaving club patrol beaches in Western Australia, how has the City of Wanneroo factored in the rising popularity and use of this beach into its research and assessment of the future use of this coastal land? The response from the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The status of the Quinns Beach swimming enclosure is relevant to the popularity of the precinct. It is also acknowledged that the continuation of the enclosure in the long term is a matter for future agreements to renew, with maintenance and funding to be part of the future evaluations. The presence of the enclosure may also be an attractor for potential users of the proposed ecotourism development. Although feedback from the proponent and stakeholders in the tourism industry, such as Destination Perth and Tourism WA, indicates that there is a need for the accommodation in the area more generally, irrespective of its proximity to the enclosure. The extent of the need for public open space has been considered in the current report to the Special Council meeting. See subsection headed Public Open Space within the detail section, pages 20 to 21 of the agenda. Oh, for Ms Wheatcraft, there was a little bit section that was a bit different in answer to your question. I'll just add that was different to Ms Guy's question, and that is for the second part of the statement in relation to the $1.4 million expenditure on parking, irrespective of how Council resolves to proceed with the status of the former caravan park site. The recent parking study has indicated that there is a high level of demand for parking at some points during the year, Sunday mornings during summer, at the time of peak surf club activity. Precinct parking will be investigated by the City, noting that the location of the temporary overflow car park is not the best location for future parking due to its prominence for ocean views and its lack of passive surveillance. The costs of alternative parking will be determined by the feasibility study in the 2023-24 financial year. So that completes all the questions and statements received in writing prior to the meeting. And so now we go to question and statement time. I do ask that everyone, that their questions be, if they're similar and have previously been answered, or they're similar to what's been in the statements, please be mindful of that. Only fresh questions, and we don't want it to be repeated again and again because they've already been answered. So the first person to come to the podium is Stephen Faulkner. Stephen, could you please come to the podium? I see that you want to bring a statement, and could you please mention your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Ran out of water. My name is Stephen Faulkner from Grey Gum Crescent in Quinns Rock, and firstly, before I start, I just want to thank all the residents from Quinns Rock and surrounding areas that have made the effort to come out tonight. I'd now like to start my statement. I read this... Oh, thanks, bud. Sorry, guys. I now would like to start my statement. I read this as Chief Instructor of the Quinns Rock Youth and Emergency Services Cadets, which is 70 registered young people aged 11 to 18. I'm a father of 3 local children and a passionate Quinns Rock community member for over 30 years. On the 19th of February 2023, the City launched a survey on the Your Say page calling for communities in the City of Wanneroo to participate. On Tuesday, the 21st of February, I noticed that only community members 16 and over were able to complete the survey. I attended the council meeting that evening and addressed the issue with the young people not getting their say. Mayor Linda Aiken a few days later released a statement on Youth Jam Radio stating, and I quote, "We have listened to the concerns regarding the age limit that was in place on the online survey and made changes to allow 14 to 17-year-olds to participate with parental consent to align with the research agency's Research Society Professional Behaviour Code. The Research Society Code of Professional Behaviour states the following under the category of children and young people and other vulnerable groups. Members must take special care when collecting information from children and young people. The consent of parents or responsible adult must first be obtained before collecting information from A, children identified under the age of 14, and B, young people identified as 14 to 17 when sensitive information is being collected. In the City's community engagement policy, the first 3 dot points under the key principles heading state, encouraging participation of people who live, work, visit and support the City of Wanneroo. Encourage broad representation from stakeholders within the City of Wanneroo to ensure the diverse range of views are expressed and considered. Minimising barriers to participation. The market research sample of under 16-year-olds in the recent survey show only 2 people out of the 426 surveyed had their say, representing a 0% in the total sample. Sorry, I've just lost my spot. Sorry, total sample. Priority 6.2 of the City's Strategic Plan 2021-2031 actively seek and engage states, and I quote, "Wanneroo will be a city where all people have the opportunity to be engaged in the decision making and the future planning. There will be a range of traditional digital engagement options available for people to have their say, collaborate and participate that ultimately increase the community outreach and involvement." Does the City feel that they've made the right decision to engage with Viv Warren Consulting when they are bound by the Research Society's Code of Professional Behaviour Policy that does not align with the City's strategic...
Mr Faulkner, you've had 3 minutes and 10 seconds, but we can send your question through to Ms Jennings, Director of, and she can probably answer a lot of what you're getting. I'll give you 15 seconds.
The City on their say and would like their coastline to look at what it looks like in the future. This is due to the barriers of participation by age and having to sought consent from parents to participate. There is no evidence that any of the other attempts by the City to engage with local schools, community youth groups in the area regarding the future of the site. These young people are the ones that are the future stakeholders
Thank you, Mr Faulkner.
of
You've
this
had
land
another
and
30
adults and
seconds.
future
Thank you.
residents. Well,
Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to his question? Thank you, Mr Faulkner's question. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I can certainly give a full answer later, but just a short answer for now. There are important codes of practice that are continually coming out in terms of involvement of children with online, any kind of online system. The contractors that undertake community engagement have a very strict protocol, and so they're required to follow a particular code of practice. The city, on the other hand, is also going to have to introduce some different things too. We've been in discussion with the Commissioner for Children and Young People about how to approach engagement with our many young people. But obviously we give a service in the youth area as well, so that's important that we get that correct. As a compromise, we also allowed there to be paper copies of the surveys taken as well, and they were then able to be handed in. So we did try and make it as open as possible for the young people too. But I'll give a full answer and send to Mr Faulkner later.
I just want to, we go to our next question. Mr Faulkner, and for the gallery's knowledge, we have 3 minutes for every question or every statement to be given this evening. At the moment, we have 29 people registered to ask questions. At 3 minutes, that is an hour and a half. So to give everybody the opportunity, we just have to proceed through that, and the limit according to the standing orders is 3 minutes. So I'd like to go to Mr Ken Tasker for his question, please.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Just a question, clarification.
Yes, Councillor Baker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Aiken. My understanding is that in the standing orders it is possible to extend the time provided for making public statements or public questions. It is possible to extend that time rather than
It is at the Chair's discretion, and because we have 29 people that we are going to listen to their statements and questions tonight, if we had more time, that would be, or less people, we could do that, but 29 people, and then maybe even the opportunity for questions from the floor, but we have to give everyone who has put down to ask a question a fair chance, and the standing orders say 3 minutes, and that's how the meeting will be chaired. Councillor Baker,
yes.
That is how the meeting will be chaired.
Yes, just a question which is sort of related. How much time do we have set aside tonight for this meeting? What's the time limit, so to speak?
The time is set aside as long as the Chair sets aside for it to be chaired for. Okay, so, you know, if we want an hour and a half, 2 hours on public question time, that's fine. But we will go through, we will allow the community to ask their questions, and there will not be a further discussion. We will be as fair as possible for the community. Mr Tasker, would you like to go ahead and tell us your address?
Could I please ask the question?
No, you can't. You can't. I've answered Councillor Baker's. This is public question time. It is not councillor question time.
I want to ask Mr Faulkner a question based on his statement.
No, you can't ask, according to the standing orders, you are not allowed to ask members of the gallery a question. It's in the standing orders. You can ask the director a question during the item time to ask a question, but it's not in the standing orders. So keep your question for then. Mr Tasker, please go ahead and give me your address and your question or your statement, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. My name's Ken Tasker and I live in Mindarie, and my statement is that me and my wife and I, beg your pardon, are almost lifelong Mindarie Quinns residents, and we've been involved in community, and I represent about 4 generations of people from road board days in this area, so I can say I would know it pretty well. Look, many ratepayers are firmly against the proponent's submission as a glamping site. Many of the comments that were in the Have Your Say support this view. But I recall the very first day that Stephen Faulkner and myself and my wife went to the area in question, and we talked to hundreds of people. These were people that actually used the area. They were there that day for that purpose. Only 2 of the hundreds that we actually spoke to were in favour of the glamping. Lot 211 is unique, and it's uneroded beachside land, unlike a lot of the coastline and unlike the original Fred Stubbs Park area. where there was very ongoing, very expensive sand replenishment, but still ended up in the ocean. We lost a lot of recreational land there, and family space, play space, picnic and barbecues areas that was there. It was just walk up from the beach and enjoy it. With a no vote, we see an opportunity for much needed recreational area in Wanneroo, especially on the coast. This is the little sweet talk that I had with my granddaughter. We went to visit Joondalup's Mullaloo Beach open space. Together with her and with many families, large groups of visiting scouts, local surf club members, senior citizens, including us, school outdoor education groups, people riding the coastal bike path, all ages enjoying themselves. We purchased a snack, a drink and an ice cream. We played on the grass and we used the playground equipment. This personal scenario is in stark contrast to the glamping proposal, which will attract none of these activities. An open space would become unique, an even famous landmark and a draw card for Wanneroo. So vote no to glamping, please, and it will support a majority who know and care about this lot. It will reflect an aspiration for public open space for future generations. If it goes to commercial development, then it's really gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Tasker. I would like to ask Tony Lee to come to the podium, please. Just state your name and suburb, please.
My name's Tony Lee and I'm from Mindarie. I have 3 questions pertaining to the parking capacity and the parking study that was dated at 2016. In relation to the concern about passive surveillance and antisocial behaviour raised by the City on page 3, can the City please explain how these elements are controlled in other City car parks, such as Kingsway Sporting Complex, Oldham Park Yanchep, Splendid Park Yanchep, Gunblossom Community Centre, Quinns Rocks Sporting Club, The Spot, Catalina Beach, and a few others. Number 2, if Surf Club...
Can we, Ms Lee, can we do one question at a time? And then, so we'll go straight to Ms Terrelink. Ms Terrelink, would you like to respond to that question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in regard to antisocial behaviour, generally speaking, a lot of antisocial behaviour is actually a police matter, but what the City does is, in certain instances, we will have CCTV, whether that's fixed or mobile CCTV, that assists with deterring and, if needed, detecting who may be conducting the antisocial behaviour. We have a close relationship with the police through our Community Safety Working Group, and we work in collaboration with the police where needed. We also have ranger and community safety patrols as well, and if particular areas are identified as hotspots through the data that we have available in terms of what's being reported by the community, then we will also do additional patrols of those particular locations.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Ms Lee, would you like to ask your second question?
A second question, if the Surf Club was a restaurant catering for 900 guests instead of members, what would the additional parking requirements be?
Ms Terrelink or Mr Bowring? Thank you, Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. 900 car parking bay people in a restaurant. We could refer to our scheme, but again, we would have to do a demand analysis based on the nature of the use. So we couldn't give you an exact figure. We don't have a standard for reserves.
Would you be able to put something together later for Ms Lee?
An estimate in writing.
Thank you. Ms Lee, do you have a third question?
Yes, I do. The third one is, are you aware of other community groups who use the beach and foreshore areas for out-of-season training?
Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding is it's not actually a bookable space, so there could be other community groups that use the foreshore area. We're certainly not aware of any groups that are using the old Queen's Rock Caravan Park site, but there could be other community groups that use the foreshore.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Do you have another question,
No,
Ms
that's
Lees?
all.
That's it.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms Lee. I'm looking for Mr Tim Lee is next. Do you have any questions or statements, Mr Tim Lee?
Hello, my name is Tim Lee and I'm also a resident of Mindarie. I'd just like to note before I ask my first question, as mentioned by Tony, the initial parking study is over 7 years old and we question whether that's relevant to 2023. Anyway, I'll ask my first question to council members. Can you please confirm that the combined maximum capacity for Portofino's and Sea Salt's restaurant, inclusive of alfresco areas, still does not exceed 425 people?
Ms Jennings, do you have a response to that one? Mr Bowring.
Yes, thank you. We don't have that information on hand. We'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. So you'll get the answer to that in writing. Mr Lee, do you have another question?
I do. My second question, I note in the report that only 200 people were listed as beach-only users. Does this include surf club members too, as well?
Ms Jennings or Mr Greer?
Yes, Mayor, I wonder if you could just tell me which page that is on and I can make sure I know which aspect it is, please.
Which page did you get that data from, Mr Lee?
It's some interim studies that were provided by fellow colleagues.
So it wasn't in our report?
It should
It's
be.
in the
It's in the
parking
table,
study
apparently.
and table of parking study.
Page 18 and 19. The table.
If no response, can I move on with my third question?
The timer's not running while we're looking for that, so don't stress, okay?
Thank you.
The timer only runs while you're speaking.
Cheers. You can reference that page 129, by the way.
Yes, we've just found it, page 129, Ms Jennings. Ms Jennings?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That is referring to the 2016 figures. So that's the historical background, because this parking study is the new one that's been done over the last summer in 22-23. So that's some of the background and previous approvals and statutory requirements.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Mr Lee, do you have another question?
Yes, I've got one final question, and obviously that report was made many years ago. How many allocation of beach users are you intending to update to for this present period?
Through the Chair, this is the new parking study. So we had a look at the parking demands over the summer period just to see when the peak periods were. So all the reports in section 3.1 shows all the parking demands. and takes into account what's happening now and potential future, which I can actually also hand over to the Director of Assets to go through some of that detail as well. But this is the new study.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 129, it defines the what kind of beach that is. It's a regional coastal node, and the requirements are to provide car parking bays of 250.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Any other questions, Mr Lee?
No, that's my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Lee. We've got Mr Philip Hodgson here, if you've got a question. Philip, if you could just give us your name and suburb, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Hodgson. I live in Quinns Rocks. Thank you for listening to me. Regarding the Quinns Rocks Caravan Park information brochure that was used as part of the community engagement, why was an estimate of accommodation costs for the eco retreat not included?
Ms Jennings?
So, Mayor, through you, there was more information in the question and answer document, which that document pointed to for further detail. Plus, that's also something that's just an estimate at the moment that's not been finalised, but there's definitely more in the questions and answers.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Mr Hodgson, do you have another question?
2 more questions, yes, thank you. Why has the City of Wanneroo proffered no other possible options for the former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site that might have provided comparable visuals or artist impressions as were provided for the proposed development to help obtain a more balanced view of community engagement responses?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. We've been working from the last council resolution that directed us to look at the expression of interest as well as doing community engagement. So there's been limited discussion with the proponent, but it was always about a tourism or a caravan park for accommodation. The engagement was further expanded at the last council meeting in July 2022, so we've been following exactly as council has resolved in the past.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Do you have another question, Mr
Final
Hodgson?
question, thank you. The parking study. Does the parking study differentiate between cars and buses or minibuses? Because a bus load of passengers puts much more pressure on amenities than even 4 people in a car.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. Mr Singh, would you like to respond to that question, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This parking study does take into account the number of vehicles which enter the car park, and that's how we do for the numbers from.
Mr Singh, about buses, does it take into account buses and multi-people vehicles like that?
Mainly the number of vehicles is takes into account, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Do you have any other questions, Mr
No,
Hodgson?
thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Next is Mr Nathaniel Lee, if you'd like to come to the podium and give us your name and suburb, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Nathaniel Lee. I'm a resident of Mindarie and current president of Quinns Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club. I shared my thoughts on the report with you all via an email on Sunday evening, including our federal and state representatives and club board members. My question is about the reference in the report to a desktop analysis being conducted about the requirements for the club's facility development. Did that desktop analysis take into account our historical and projected growth in terms of numbers, the population growth, namely Catalina Estate, growth in Burns Beach and other surrounding suburbs, and the demand that places on the Quinns Mindarie foreshore, given the attractions already there, and the demand the projected demand that is likely to place on the club's services, equipment and resources.
Thank you, Mr Lee. Ms Terrelink, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the city recognises the valuable community service provided by the 3 surf lifesaving clubs that we have, and we regularly engage with all the clubs as well as the peak body, which is Surf Lifesaving WA, to understand the service and facility requirements for our community, including the future plans to build a new facility for the Alkimos Surf Lifesaving Club. As well as the surf lifesaving clubs, the city is fortunate to have over 370 volunteer-led organisations in our community, and we're regularly engaging with a number of these clubs and groups about service and facility requirements, given the growth that's being experienced in the city. City staff have met with the Quins Mindaro Surf Lifesaving Club to understand their growth pressures, and we have worked with them to, as previously mentioned, assist with the use of the Quins Mindaro Community Centre for additional office space, as well as the installation of a sea container to increase storage in the short to medium term. At the strategic level, the city has provided advice to the club on developing a business case for future facility requirements, and we look forward to continuing discussions with the club about the business case and potential funding opportunities. And so we are aware of the situation. We have done a desktop analysis based on the level of facilities that are usually provided to surf lifesaving clubs. But as mentioned, we have listened and engaged with the club about their growth, and we have suggested that they start putting together a business case so that we can look at future facility requirements.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Mr Lee, do you have another question?
So the statement in the report that the club does not require any facility development is false?
Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, I'm not sure that the report actually says that. I think it acknowledges that we're in discussions with the Surf Lifesaving Club, but the facility that is currently provided, certainly the desktop analysis indicates that it aligns with the community facilities planning that the city does in terms of the type of facilities that are provided.
Is that in comparison to other surf clubs?
Mr Lee, please ask your question through the chair and not to the director. So could you ask your question through the chair, please, Mr.
All 32 clubs or just those within the city of Wanneroo?
Thank you, Mr Lee. Ms Terrelink, would you like to respond to that question?
Through you, Mayor, that would be in comparison with, so this is the city's community facilities planning framework, so that is the framework that we use. We do take guidance from Surf Lifesaving WA as the peak body to understand what the service and facility requirements are. But in regard to the community facilities planning framework that this was assessed against, it's the city's community facilities planning framework.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Mr Lee, do you have another question?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Chris Sangalli, please. Chris Sangalli, would you like to take the podium and mention your suburb of address, please? Thank you.
Chris Sangalli, I live in Quins, resident, been there for probably 50 years. This is more to the councillors. It's how can we take away community land? You've obviously all know how big Wanneroo is growing, how it's growing, and we're going to take away very hard to get foreshore land, as you all know. We want to give it away out on peppercorn lease. How is this going to help the wider community, grandkids, kids, everyday people get to use the facilities that should be there? If we're going to basically put it on a lease for 20 years, how's that helping?
Thank you for your statement, Mr Sangalli. I'll take it as a statement. Would Ms Terrelink or Ms Jennings like to respond to that statement? The CEO will respond to that statement,
through you,
Mr
Mayor,
Sangalli.
I think Mr Sangalli's statement will be considered in the context of council making a decision this evening.
Thank you, Mr Sangalli. The next person on my list is Melissa Carter. Would you like to come down? Thank you, Melissa.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Carter and I live in Eglinton. Amberton, whichever one you want to call it. Question I have, can the City of Wanneroo please advise if they investigated the following and provide a copy of this analysis that shows, A, that there is a demand for more tourist accommodation in the Queen's Rocks area, given there is a hotel in the neighbouring suburb and numerous short-term rental Airbnb options in close proximity? Do you want me to stop there?
Yes, thanks. Ms Jennings or Ms Terrelling, would you like to, Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you, Mayor. That was a part of the business case that the council went through before we got to this stage. And I'll just check, just hang on a minute for the... Thank you, Mayor. It's on attachment 4, pages 55 and 56 of the full agenda, but you're certainly in attachment 4.
Thank you.
Was that prior to COVID or post-COVID?
Ms Jennings, was that prior or post-COVID?
I think it was during.
Okay. Ms Carter, do you have another question?
Yes, I do, if I may. The impact on the preferred proponent's proposal in relation to the development of the Ocean Reef Marina, the Capricorn Tourism Node, a future marina at Eglinton, and the possible extension of the Yanchep National Park camping facilities, and if not, why not? Do you want me to read the first part of the question first? Okay, yeah. So can the City of Wanneroo please advise if they investigated the following and provide a copy of this analysis that shows the impact on the preferred proponent's proposal in relation to the development of the Ocean Reef Marina, Capricorn Tourism Node, future marina at Eglinton, and the possible extension of the Yanchep National Park camping facility?
Thank you, Ms Carter. Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. The surrounding areas were known as part of the business case work as well, and also as part of our discussion with tourism as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Do you have another question, Ms Carter?
Yes, the final bit again. Can the City of Wanneroo advise if they investigated the reduced saving on maintenance costs, which question 3.2 refers to in the question and answer sheet?
Ms Jennings? Ms Jennings, would you like to take that on notice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I can't see it right in front of me at the moment, but yes, I'll take that one on notice and get back to the...
Thank you. Ms Carter, do you have another question?
I'd just like to make a comment. Have you said you've taken my question on notice? How are the councillors going to be able to make an informed decision if they thought the decision was tonight? Just asking.
Thank you, Ms Carter. Mr Kenneth Carter, would you like to come and ask your questions?
Good evening. My name's Kenneth Carter and I too live in Eglinton. Oddly enough, with that lady there, Melissa Carter. Okay. Look, on page 26 of the report, it suggests that in order to contemplate supply of a community space that requires lights, CCTV, design and security measures to address a perceived antisocial behaviour and assessment of how a kiosk and food truck would affect Portofino's, that the impost of rate increases on local residents within the Quins and Mindarie may be needed. Can you please advise if these same special area rates apply to residents in Wanneroo when you recently awarded $1.1 million to upgrade the playground at Rotary Park using only city funds and no state or federal grant opportunity? Or were they only applied to 17 people who supported the upgrade? If not, Why not? That's the first part of the question.
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. This section is really saying that there's a lot of investigation to be done. We don't actually know. We haven't got money in the budget for anything in the foreseeable future, so we have to understand what that might mean. So there's a whole range of things still to be investigated if there were to be a different decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. And have you got another question,
Yes,
Mr
please.
Carter?
Were special rates applied to any other community park developed in the city of Wanneroo? If so, please explain the circumstances.
Ms Jennings?
Through the chair, we haven't had special area rates at this point. We have had various different sort of agreements with developers and some of the maintenance that it's done. But at this point we haven't, but that doesn't mean it can't because it's something that's in the Local Government Act.
And finally, if I may please, Lady Mayor.
It's Mr Carter.
If special rates were applied to lot 211, does the city intend to apply the same rate policy to all other community recreational space upgrades?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. That would be a decision for council in any way. So whatever investigations come up, the council would need to decide anything like that.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Do you have any other questions, Mr Carter?
Well, not at this time, but I don't feel my questions were answered anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr Carter. I just ask if you can not clap in between because we have quite a few people wanting to ask questions, and if we wait for everyone to finish clapping, it will just make the meeting go longer. Could Mr Stephen Goodwin please come to the podium and give us his name and address, please? Mr Stephen Goodwin.
Good evening all. My name is Stephen Goodwin. I also live in Mindarie. My question is that page 14 of the report talks about community access to the lounge area being encouraged that is. Will this include families and visitors just wanting to picnic on the lawn who are not staying or buying anything at the cafe? And if so, how will a member of the community know in advance whether they will be able to use the lawn area without when they come down, or will they just come down there and find it's locked off and in use by the facility? Thank you.
Ms Jennings? Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. That was something we've spoken to the proponent about because it was raised during the engagement period, and we sought some clarification from them on that. Essentially, the access to the area would be confirmed in the lease documents. They'd be on a ground lease, which would cover both the built area that they would develop, but also the sort of wider lawn area that they would be developing and, I suppose, managing. The way access would be regulated would be confirmed in the lease through negotiation of the lease, which would be, I suppose, the next stage if council did determine to proceed. In terms of letting the community know about access, that would be something that we would need to coordinate with the developer operating it. For instance, it could be done via Facebook. There's multiple ways that they've flagged that it could be handled. Essentially, they've indicated that they would like to see the public able to use the space. The only qualification would be if the space was needed for an event. So if it was booked for a function, a corporate event, a wedding, something like that, it would be potentially not available. But at other times, which would likely be quite a large part of the time, it would be available.
Thank you. Mr Goodwin, do you have another question?
Just to follow on, please, Madam Mayor. I think the expectation among many of the community would be that If this facility is to be successful commercially, it will need to be booked a lot of the time. So there's a likelihood that in a large proportion of the nice days on weekends in particular, we're going to find that that lawned area is not available to us. So if one was to just stroll down there hoping to use it and have a barbecue, for example, or just enjoy the space, I think there's a high risk that one will not be able to use it. From what you're saying, there might be something on Facebook, but I don't think there's any mechanism by which a person could easily know that before heading off from the other side of Wanneroo to come to visit the facility, whether they actually would be able to use it.
Is there a question with that? What's your question at the end of it?
It's basically a follow-on of what I said previously. I would suggest that the mechanism that you're discussing probably is not very practical, and that as the community, we're going to find that the space is difficult to utilise because it will be used a lot of the time that we would like to use it.
Thank you, Mr Goodwin. We'll take that as an observation.
Thank you.
Mr Warwick, would you like to come down to the podium, please? Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. This is mainly for yourself, Madam Mayor, and the councillors to consider. It's more an observation of myself rather than asking a question or making a statement. As a resident of Mindarie, my full name is Tony Warwick, and I'm an active user as my family is. I'm a grandfather, a father and a great-grandfather, and our community and everybody else use the area between the Kiddies Beach in Mindarie and across to Portofino's. For those of you who know the area well, you'd know that it is currently pretty much in a state of disrepair. The caravan park has been empty for a long time now, and it appears to be that things in the city of Wanneroo move at a glacial speed. One of the concerns of local residents is that the path between Portofino's and Mindarie is in a very poor state of repair, and there are no lights, there are no solar lights, there is nothing else there, nothing to attract it. So I just observed that the city of Wanneroo appears to be hell-bent. I think this wouldn't go in the community drop-in and everything else, that this process is already being decided. And I want to know why, unlike Bunbury, Geraldton, Albany, Broome, so forth and so on, and places up there, that the city is not looking forward to develop the beachfront for the city's community. And it would appear to be that we want to give away a multi-million-dollar block of land to a developer who will lock it up. And yes, it's a development to make money. Therefore, if they are busy 7 days a week, to follow the previous person, it will be locked away to the community for 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And further, as a viable business, I don't think they're going to want people wandering through and using the areas because of the security costs and things and worry of damage to it. So purely and simply, as a local resident, I beg the councillors, look at the community, look at the people, look at the younger family, look at the older people in the area, look at the demographic, and keep the last multi-million-dollar block of land on the beachfront to be used by the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Mr Warwick. Ms Newton, would you like to come and take the podium, please? Thank you. Ms Newton?
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Dot Newton, JP, and I live in Wanneroo. When I read the comments on Facebook, I thought, I've got to come here because many years ago, I used to go to Wanneroo Beach with my children. Have you ever tried to have a picnic on the beach? Of course we didn't. We went back to the green space behind us. It was wonderful. And that's what I would like to see here. My statement is, this report is about tourism. It must be, because it's used 124 times in the report. It doesn't say who you're leasing it to. I was fascinated to see that the proponent wrote to you and you put it in the public questions, so thank you for doing that. Why was the word offset only used once when talking about the community park? That fascinates me. Why, after more than a decade, has Council not listed it in the long-term financial plan? Why hasn't money been put aside like they have for all the other assets that they own? Where did the sum of $5 to $10 million come from to develop a park when the proponent is apparently going to develop an eco-tourism glamp tenting site for $7 to $8 million? The numbers don't add up for me. The word eco is an Italian word and it means of the earth. Having listened to the changes he's going to make to those eco tents, that's not eco, I'm sorry, glass, aluminium, sorry, doesn't work. And who raised the point of the rates levy? And will Council be suggesting this for all council facilities such as libraries? They don't make a profit. A park doesn't have to make a profit. We should have a park for communities. I've heard for the last 20 years how many babies a day are born in this city. You yourself, Madam Mayor, said that quite recently. I can't remember if it was 8 or 10. We're taking away a facility that those 8 and 10 babies want to be able to use in a couple of years' time, and the ones that have already been born. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
I'll take that as a statement, Ms Newton. Mr Rob Ross, would you like to come down and make your statement or question? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Rob Ross. I'm a resident of Mindarie. I'm fortunate enough to live relatively close to the site, and I'd like to make a statement to the councillors here. You're going to make a decision at some point soon, and you're going to hand over, well, the option is to hand over a prime piece of land that has a lot of other optional uses that we've been exploring today to a private business for a very, very small financial return. We've heard a lot of comments about parking, and I don't see how the parking can be adequate for the current use of the site without increasing the additional users. But I'd like to say, I'd like to focus on something that Mr. Buckland says and Mr. Percival says in his response about community. He says he's going to encourage the whole community to come to the venue for the purpose of a cup of coffee. But Portofino's is less than 200 metres from the site, and there are lots of other opportunities to do that as well nearby. For accommodation, should anyone choose to go glamping when they live already in Wanneroo, I'm not quite sure, but should they choose to do that, there are other locations to go, both camping and hotel accommodation across a wide range of budgets. There are facilities that you already own and operate that offer birthday parties and functions and yoga within 100 metres of the proposed site. And those facilities also offer facilities for business meetings and for charity groups at relatively low cost. I don't see anything that this proposal gives back to the community. Everything you're proposing for us is already there within 200 metres of the proposed site. So for a small financial gain, it feels like a very, very big sacrifice for us to be making. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Mr Ross. Would Carly Guys like to come to the podium, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Carly Guys. I live in Mindarie. On page 17 of the report to Council, it stated, should Council decide to proceed with a lease over the site, lease terms once negotiated may include measures to enhance community access to the site. And in earlier information provided to the community, it states the proponent has indicated that the community will be able to access facilities on the former caravan park site when not booked for an event. As such, some analysis must have been undertaken to gauge possible profitability of the development proposal and how many booking and events would be required annually. With reference to this analysis, can the City of Wanneroo please outline what time of day, day of the week, time of the year that the community would have access to the proposed development's facilities?
Ms Jennings. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a similar answer to the previous comment about the access. At the current stage, we've been undertaking engagement, the city's been undertaking engagement with the community, and Council was quite specific. In fact, it amended the recommended resolution last year that only discussions would occur with the proponent, not formal negotiations. That's what's happened. It's meant that some points are not final, such as the exact lease terms on hours of access, days of access, those sort of things. So that would remain to be determined if council decided to proceed.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Ms Guise, do you have another question?
So will the city be putting any during the negotiations, will there actually be any minimum community access? Will the proponent actually be required to provide a certain level of community access?
Mr Greer?
Through you, Mayor, the exact level would be determined by those negotiations, but the fact that the community has shown so much interest in this during the engagement process and even tonight, and I'm aware of council members asking similar questions, yes, that would be a priority.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Ms
Just
Guise,
one last
do you
question.
have one last question?
In clause
Thank
3.
you.
I'll talk quickly. 3.21 of the Q&A sheet provided, you have stated the community will also benefit from the shared use of the cafe, and that proponent has indicated the community events will be held from time to time on the lawn area, including small sunset music concerts and community yoga sessions, and that this community amenity may be reflected in the lease of the proponent. Can the city advise how many times per year and what times of the year this will be allowed, and whether or not the proponent will be allowed to charge for this?
Ms Guise, you'll probably get the same answer as you got to the previous question, but Mr Greer, would you like to respond to that question?
More importantly, on the charging issue.
Through you, Mayor, yes, unfortunately it is a similar answer in the sense that we have to resolve that through the negotiations with the proponent. The discussions with the proponent so far, though, have indicated, as said in the report and as said in the proponent's letter this evening, they are keen to bring in the community. They see the community as part of the market, I suppose, in that respect. And so, yes, there may be some things that need a fee. There may be other things that don't. But that will be worked through at the next stage if we reach that stage.
On that note, I would just like to conclude by saying that given that the number of open questions on this and the fact that the city hasn't set any guidelines for community access, that potentially this question can't be answered tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Ms Guise. Mr Bowland, would you like to come down and take the podium? Mr Bowland?
I'm Trevor Boland. I'm a resident of Quinns Rocks. Now, on the city's website, there's a description of the Central West Ward. Part of it reads, and I quote, "Quinns Rocks is the city of Wanneroo's oldest and most established coastal suburb. The swimming enclosure at Quinns Beach provides a safe space to swim, while the Quinns Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club and Community Centre are true neighbourhood hubs." My first question, with this statement in mind, does the council feel this report treats the Quinns Rocks community with respect, and that the council have truly listened and heard what the community values and how we feel our true neighbourhood hubs could be improved?
Thank you, Mr Boland. We'll take that question as a statement because council will make their decision later on this evening when they vote on the item. If it's directed to directors that we can answer, yes, but this is each councillor will make their decision later on during the meeting. Do you have another question, Mr Boland?
Yes, I do. Question 2, why have you waited over 60 years to do a place statement or implement any other plan for the future of Quinns Mindari residents?
Ms Terrelink, would you like to comment about the place statement, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the city, I think it was in 2018, council adopted our place approach. So it is a relatively new concept and a relatively new journey for the city. We have done some work in our key activity areas of Girraween, Kundula, Wanneroo and Yanchep 2 Rocks to date. And the proposal is, given the level of interest from the Quinns and Mindari communities around this particular issue and what they see as being unique and special to their area, that we would then undertake similar work with the Quinns Rocks area. So that would be our next, I guess, foray into the journey of place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Mr Boland, do you have another question?
Yeah, my final question is, What are the city's plans to protect the cultural heritage of Lot 211 and the former Queen's Rocks Caravan Park site, as outlined in the Foreshore Management Report 2004?
Mr Bowring, could you respond to that question, please?
Thank you. We'll have to take that on notice and refer to the Coastal Foreshore Management Plan.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Do you have any other questions, Mr Boland?
I have a final comment, and that is that with the number of questions that are taken on notice, how can the council make an informed and considered decision this evening?
Thank you for your comment, Mr Bowland. Mr David Wake, would you like to come and take the podium, please?
So, David Wake, a resident of Queen's Rocks and member of the Queen's Rocks Environmental Group. Clearly we're tonight looking at an important site and the council has an important decision to make. And it's probably a good demonstration of local democracy to see so many people here and involved over many years in trying to influence the future use of the site. I welcome the proposal to, the part of the recommendation that proposes that the bushland on Lot 211 be transferred to public reserve for the purposes of conservation, but I do have reservations about the rest of the recommendations. So the key contention is whether tourist development is appropriate. Is it the best use for this important beachside area? I think, and it has been supported by many others, that public use of this public land is most appropriate. It's held freehold by the city, but it should be used to meet community needs. Long-term lease to a private party would limit options for meeting future community needs as the population grows. The agenda paper talks about opportunity cost of not proceeding with tourist development. I would contend that there's an opportunity cost of going with the tourist development option, the loss of opportunity for 2 decades to extend this beachside picnic, play space, the surf club facilities and parking. And also a concern that the tourist development could impact on adjoining bushland if bushfire risk mitigation measures were needed, such as an alternative access road, and then potential pressure from growing demand. If this site is taken out of the picture, where do we provide car parking, where do we provide recreational space over the next 20 years? So I would urge council to go for the best option for the site, the option put forward by the local community, which is public parkland. The city owns the land, the city is the key decision maker, and I urge council to favour the public parkland as the best use for this important beachside location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Wake, for your statement. Could Luke Sweet please take the podium? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name's Luke Sweet. I'm a long-term resident of Queen's Rocks for more than 30 years. My question is, what guarantee can the City of Wanneroo provide that the preferred proponent will not change their business model at a later date and further restrict access to the foreshore and proposed facility?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. Obviously, there is concern around ensuring things are maintained for the community if we're providing some level of use through the lease. Essentially, it would be an obligation in the lease. So if the use is defined in a lease document, normally defines a particular use. So changing the business model to bring in a different use needs approval. It's not something you can do unilaterally. Secondly, if there's an obligation around form of access, whether it's type of access, days, times, those sort of things, again, that's not something you can change unilaterally. It becomes a breach of the lease if you try and do that. So there are ways to do it. Unfortunately, that is still something we'd have to work through in the negotiations.
And just
Mr Sweet, do you have another question?
yeah, through the chair, just a follow up. So does that mean that the proponent, if they were to be successful with the lease, they could come back with a revised business plan for such things as apartment buildings?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. Something as radically different as that would not only require the city's approval as landlord, and clearly there's an understanding that that sort of thing would not be supported. I mean, community and council members have been clear multiple times on that. But secondly, it would need development approval. So there are multiple reasons, multiple layers why that would be very, very challenging and very unlikely.
Thank you, Mr Sweet. Do you have another question?
Final related question.
Yes.
What guarantee can the City of Wanneroo provide that the former Queen's Rocks Caravan Park site land would be returned for community use should the proposed development fail if approved?
That's a decision of council that's yet to be made. If the proponent, we would have to come back to question and decide as council how to progress.
Thank you.
Miss Elizabeth Prime, would you like to come to the podium, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Prime, and I live in Mindarie. My question relates to something on page 17, where it mentions a potential saving to the city by not having to provide security or waste removal to the site. So my question is, there's a couple of components. Can you advise how much has been spent on security waste removal at the site that's not related to remediating the site post-closure or current development investigations?
Thank you, Ms Prime. Mr Singh, would you like to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. At the moment, we do routine maintenance there and routine pickup of the litter and rubbish at that particular site. I don't have the figures with me at this point in time, but we can provide that in the minutes.
Thank you, Ms Prime. Do you have another question?
I do. And it was also, if you could advise us how much has been spent in the last 5 years on water, power, maintenance, lighting for the old site, Caravan Park site.
We'll need to take that on notice because we haven't got that data to hand. Any other questions, Ms Prime? Thank you. Mr Mitch Arnold, would you like to come and take the podium, please?
My name is Mitch Arnold and I live in Queen's Rocks. I'm also a member of the Queen's Mindarie Surf Club, so forgive me if my question is a little bit biased towards that particular facility. Just refer to page number 18 of the report, saying that a desktop assessment of the current facility provision at Queen's Mindarie was conducted. I was just wondering if any actual visit to the site was made at any time during this assessment?
Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, I think that certainly city staff have visited the site, yes.
Mr Arnold?
Yep, sorry, that's fine. Mentioned before that it was, I believe, 32 community groups listed as being in Queen's Rock or Mindarie at the moment. Forgive me if I'm wrong with that. I just wanted to know if there was any available data on the size of membership for those groups and if any of them were comparable to the Queen's Mindarie Surf Club.
Ms Terrelink?
Through you, Mayor, I mentioned that we have about 370 volunteer-led organisations through the city, but I don't have particular data on the membership numbers of each of those volunteer-led organisations.
Thank you. Mr Arnold?
I've only got one last question. It also says on page 19 of the report, based on the available information, the size of the facility in its current form and the number of rooms provided, the current facility can be considered sufficient for a regional surf lifesaving club. I just want to know, firstly, if that information also took into account membership numbers and projected growth of membership, and when the definition of the club as being a regional surf lifesaving club would be expected to be changed, considering we live in the city of Wanneroo.
Ms Terrelink.
Through you, Mayor, regional refers to the size of the the nature of the Surf Lifesaving Club, not the location of the Surf Lifesaving Club. In regard to the size of the facility, yes, the membership numbers would have been taken into consideration, and as indicated previously, this aligns with what we would provide through our community facilities planning framework in terms of Surf Lifesaving Club facilities.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Mr Arnold?
Probably just a final statement. Probably want to echo the thoughts of the member of the Quinns Rock Environmental Group that there seems to be a lot of questions that need more information to be answered before councillors make a decision. So I kind of urge you that if you don't have the right facts and if you don't feel 100% confident in this going forward, vote it out.
Thank you, Mr Arnold. Mr Alan Lee, would you like to come down to the podium and ask your question? Mr Lee. Alan Lee.
I pass, it's been covered.
Pardon?
I said I pass, it has been covered.
Okay, thank you. Ms Nat Sangali, would you like to take the podium?
If I can wait till last, that would be great, because I don't want to take away from the community who actually want to have a say.
Okay. Michaelia Jenkins.
Hello, Michaela Jenkins, Ocean Drive, Quinns Rocks. I have two questions. If Quinns Beach is classified as a district beach, why have non-locals been canvassed regarding the development proposal?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. The Quinns is a district beach. However, the property is owned by the City of Wanneroo, and the City of Wanneroo Councillors asked for all areas to have an opportunity to have a say in the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Jenkins, do you have another question?
Yes, last question. Why has the community engagement approach for the proposed development of the former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site differed from the community engagement approach used for the proposed development of Yanchep Lagoon?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. The Yanchep Lagoon was a master planning exercise, and that covered a quite different proposed methodology because we were actually building the plan for that particular lagoon area. So there was still a range of people that are involved in the survey, but that was a different situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Jenkins, do you have another question?
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Sangali, would you like to come and take the podium? No? Okay. Vicky Jenkins, would you like to come and take the podium?
Good evening, Vicky Jenkins. I live in Ocean Drive, Quinns Rocks. I have three questions, and I will start with a preamble. The preferred proponent has expressed concerns about noise from Quinns Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club operations and the possible impact on guests. Can the City please advise if they have investigated possible impacts on the proponent's business from other existing community activities, such as morning exercise classes and the Quinns Rocks Park Run activities, etc.? Question two, does the City plan...
Ms Jenkins, can we just do question one first, and that can go to Mr Greer? That's okay. The time clock is frozen while we answer the question, so you'll get a full 3 minutes. Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, the proponent hasn't expressed any concerns about the other activities in the area. I suppose those activities are community members, people in the space, and are potential users of the site in all its different forms. So no, they haven't expressed concerns about that.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms Jenkins has the floor at the moment. Ms Jenkins, would you like to ask another question, please?
What, concerning the first question, or move on to my second question?
Want to add an additional question to the first one? That's fine. If not, you can ask your second question.
Well, you know, Saturday morning, the wedding guests probably would like to sleep in. And, you know, you've got the park run assembling out there, probably start about 7 o'clock, and they make a bit of a racket.
Mr. Greer, would you like to respond to that statement?
Through you, Mayor. In the end, those uses are already there. The proponents coming in, taking the site on an as-is basis. So those, you know, the richness that's there in the community at the moment, that's there, and the proponent would be developing within that context.
And they'll just have to put up with it.
And Ms Jennings, would you like to ask question 2 now? Jenkins, sorry.
It's got a K. Question 2. Does the city plan to impose any restrictions on the operation of the Quins Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club or the availability of the Quins Mindari Community Centre?
Through you, Mayor, no,
Ms Terrelink.
there's certainly no intention to do that.
Thank you. Ms Jenkins, do you have another question?
Yes, question 3. Can the city please advise the projected financial impact of the proposed development on the city's income from the Quins Mindari Community Centre?
On the Quins Mindari Community Centre?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Ms Terrelink.
Through you, Mayor, we haven't modelled that, but we're not anticipating that there will be a significant impact on the use of the community centre.
What about weddings?
Ms Terrelink.
Through you, Mayor, I would have to get the research on how many weddings we cater for at the Quins Mindari Community Centre, but it's used for a range of purposes, not just for weddings. So I anticipate it certainly won't impact on the remaining uses of the community centre.
Thank you, Ms Terrelink. Ms Jenkins, do you have any other questions? Sinead Barron, would you like to take the podium, please? Sinead, could you turn the mic on, please? There's a button in front of you that you press. That's on now.
Testing. Yep. The city's own coastal management plan suggests the population in the city's coastal suburbs is expected to grow significantly over the next 20 years, from approximately 51,000 residents now to more than over 152,000 residents by 2041. How does a reduction in the community space, which will be the outcome if the proposed development goes ahead, near identified coastal nodes like Quins Beach, support the expected growth and ensure our foreshore reserves remain viable, accessible and available to all residents and visitors?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The city's district structure plans and town planning scheme supports a future growth of the city for many decades, with a lot of future facilities to be planned and built along the coastal foreshores to the north, which will support that growing population.
Thank you, Mr Bowring.
Yeah, just have one more question. With an additional 1,000 homes being built in Clarkson, the patrol beach and the swimming enclosure now attract people from across the city of Wanneroo, as well as suburbs such as Burns Beach, Kinross and suburbs further south. How does the city of Wanneroo plan to address the increased demand on the beach and the Quins Mindari foreshore precinct?
Mr Bowring.
The city, again, it really relates to the same point in that the future growth of the city is going to be across a very wide area along the northern corridor, with a lot of new facilities to be built, like the Alkimos Surf Lifesaving Club, that'll service those new residents as they move in.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Do you have another question, Ms Barron?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Like to come and Bern Hammerstein, would you like to come and take the podium, please? Bern Hammerstein? Is Bern here? Or Bernard? Okay. I've got Yolandi van Dyke. Yolandi, are you here? You're fine. Writing's a bit like doctors' writing here. If your writing's like doctors' writing, come down the front. Is it Bruce? Can you read it? I can't. And I read a lot of doctors' writing.
No.
We can't read it. So if you've written...
Maybe perhaps through your mayor, the surname ends with Lelo, a hyphen surname. We could just do, hey, Bruce.
Well, it looked a little bit like Bruce to start off. So what we'll do is we'll do the other two people, and if you've missed out and you've put your name down, you're the person whose writing we can't read, okay? I've got Katie Chinnock here. Was that Katie Chinnock that went out the door? Oh.
This is what it's about, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Chinnock and this is Kaya. We've only just recently moved to Queens. We're from Queens Rocks. We're on Ocean Drive. Yeah. You say hi. You say hi.
Hello,
Okay.
Hello, darling.
And we have only just recently moved. We've moved from the Pilbara. The thing that made us move was the lifestyle. The fact that my children had the space that they had in the Pilbara, but that we had a new element with the ocean. So we live on the ocean, and I'm very concerned about the public space. And yes, darling. Okay, just wait here. My children are members of the Surf Lifesaving, and we would like that to continue. As you can see, I have Kaya, who's 3. I would like her to go through from her pink caps to her white, through her white caps. Yeah. Okay. It's just been a bit long. So I would like the foreshore to be protected so that children like Kaya have somewhere that they can go. Yes, love. My turn. Yeah, it can be your turn in 1 second. That she has somewhere to play, and realistically, everything that you're voting for is for her. If you think about it, it's not for us, everything is for her and for her children and her children. And her children don't need another development. Her children need places to play. So please think about that when you're voting tonight, and understand that people have come from a very, very long way to come here, to sit here, who are breastfed, so that they could be here to do this. Yeah. Yes. And sat through over an hour so that they have had a chance. And I just want you to think, when you vote, that on this tonight, that it's people like me that will be voting for who the council representatives are. And we want, as you can see by the amount of people here, we don't want development, we want the foreshore. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. So other than Miss Sangali and the unidentifiable name on the list, and Ms Guys as well, Councillor, Ms Sangali, would you like to come and take the podium?
Mrs. Taryn. Oh, Kelly, could I speak?
Have you put your name down on...
Register that I intend to make a statement tonight.
Oh, okay. I haven't got it on my... I've gone through everyone I've got here, but Tam, if you have registered...
You read the comment that she wrote online, but she actually wanted to present her statement on the podium. So it's this one.
Oh, I understand. Normally I have the list here to go. Tam, would you like to take the take the podium and make your statement, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Tamara Saunders of Carramar, and I wish to expand on the statement in more detail. Although not a Quinns local resident, I have a 15-year affiliation with the Quinns Rocks community as an educator and 6 years as a principal of a local school. Quinns Beach is a highly utilised area for school groups on a daily basis during the summer months, mainly because of the safety of the swimming enclosure, reducing the risk of harm to students during aquatic activities. Not only schools, but youth community groups such as church groups and volunteer groups frequent the beach for recreational and team building fun. Schools in the area frequently use the beach for water-based educational instruction. To that end, students and teachers also use the public bathroom facilities, often competing with other school groups to access them and members of the public, creating additional difficulties for all involved. The addition of a public space with additional facilities and a shaded area for school or youth-based community groups, as well as other members of the public at our coastline, would be highly beneficial and well utilised. Provision for open space would be advantageous, as school groups could use this area in educational instruction in their outdoor education programs. The bushland and coastline provides opportunities for students to study environmental sciences. The ocean provides a space for aquatic-based activities that can't be completed in a pool. Youth community groups often need open spaces for congregating that is low cost yet an adaptable area where recreational games and activities can be played, as well as social activities. I request the City of Wanneroo to reconsider their options of accommodation facilities to a public open space where not only school groups but all members of the general public can benefit from our beautiful natural bushland and stunning coastline. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms Sangali, Ms Guys, would you like to speak next? Thank you.
Diane Guys, resident of Mindarie. I'll start with a short statement and then I have a couple of questions, and including one for someone who can't be here. The report to Council confirms on page 15 that the proponent's company structure is not yet final and remains subject to change. Further, that as engagement with the proponent remains in a discussion stage and is not yet formal negotiations, the proponent has not finalised its company investment structure, and that administration will undertake further due diligence once the company structure, shareholders and officers are known. So my statement is that I'm very interested in how the City has been able to investigate the credentials of a non-existent company, its directors, policies, structure, financials and a business plan for the proposal to date. On page 31 in the report to Council, it states that councillors have received...
Ms Guys, can we just answer the first question and then we'll go...
That's a statement. I've got a question that will follow that.
Okay.
On page 31 in the report, the Council to date states, in the report, it states that councillors have received under separate cover a confidential document, attachment 9, company structure. Can the City please confirm if this is indeed a new company structure, and if so, what is the company's name? Is it publicly listed? And can you please explain why information about a new company structure has not been made public?
Ms Jennings, could you please respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor.
Greer?
The final structure is subject to the proponent establishing a company, so that no, there is not a current company, and no, there is not a current Pty Ltd or listed company that you could look up. However, given that the proponent's still determining investors in the proposal, that was mentioned in the letter read earlier, that that structure is still, it's not settled, it's still commercially sensitive. When it is settled, that'll be part of the due diligence and the work on the lease negotiations that's still to come if council decides to proceed.
Thank you. I do have a
Mr.
question.
Greer, just asking a question. When will the public be able to see the corporation once it's finalised? When will that become public knowledge? Do you have any idea?
Thank you, Mayor. That is a good question. Under Section 3.58 of the Local Government Act, a local public notice of a lease disposal would need to be advertised if a lease was progressing. That would be one very important step. Included in the, I suppose, the particulars that are put in that notice, as well as the land and the rent and some of that information, is also the lessee. So that would be stated there. That would mean if there was a PTY Ltd, you would be able to see who that is, and it would be possible to search further from there.
Mr. Greer, would the community have an opportunity to comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor. The local public notice is advertised for a 14-day period for comments.
Thank you. Ms Guys, do you have another question?
I do. I have a couple. On page 11 of the report to Council, it states that survey data revealed 70% support for the proposal in the market research sample, which is taken from a cohort of 426 respondents. There were questions raised about the veracity of the survey collection methodology, etc. And whilst I share these concerns, I find it interesting to note what's not included from the survey of indeed over 1,000 respondents. So when asked to consider alternatives to the site, Central West Ward residents and other ward residents provided similar answers, with the most popular being community barbecue, playground and family-friendly facilities, a total of 94% in favour. Well-lit parkland and toilets, a total of 93% in favour. Conversely, when asked about the use of public access to privately owned restaurants, cafes and kiosks, it resulted in only a negative response of 49% being in favour. The community appreciates that an outcome such as we want is not currently budgeted for. However, an estimated project construction cost of approximately $6.115 million is mentioned in your survey, have your say, regarding the proposed concept plan to upgrade the coastal car park and toilet block adjacent to Frederick Stubbs Park, which has already had a substantial amount of money spent on it and is likely to be subject of a more immediate coastal erosion. We also note that Council has access to millions of dollars in their reserve account and that budgets can and do change over time. Given the overwhelming wishes of the community for an alternative use of Lot 211, will the City of Wanneroo Council accept the wishes of the community to have a recreational area for all to enjoy, something akin to other regional district beaches such as Trigg and Mullaloo, for example, a proposal that allows for family-friendly recreational space, the required additional car parking, the future expansion of Quins Mandari Surf Life Saving Club within the designated footprint on Lot 211. And whilst I appreciate you can't answer that right at this moment, I'm eagerly going to await the debate and the response. My final question, if I may, Madam Mayor, is on behalf of someone who can't be here at present, and it's this. On page 18 of the report, it states administration will progress with the investigation into potential additional parking in the location of the city's drainage sump on Lot 211 Quins Road, Mendari, irrespective of Council's decision on how to proceed with the use of the site, noting that parking capacity at the Quins Mendari coastal node is a wider precinct consideration. However, if there is no budget available to investigate the feasibility of a community park and parking on the site, where did administration find the money to list a project in the 23-24 financial year for the provision of a new car park in the drainage sump at the bottom of a steep hill on Quins Road, some 400 metres from the beach? And just as a side, we understand the city's measurements were taken from the centre of the coastal node, which is the Portofino's car park, And if I can, the final question on that page was, can the city please explain how use of this site, the proposed sump site, can be considered fair and reasonable for families with young children, the elderly and people with physical disabilities, given the topography of the land, and how does it comply with the city's inclusion plan?
Thank you, Ms Guise. Mr Singh, could you please respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There are two questions. The first one regarding the funding for that feasibility for the car park. It is listed as a project for Council's consideration as part of next year's budget and proposed to be funded through municipal funds. So that obviously is subject to Council decision. The second part regarding the distance from the beach, the 400 metres is generally considered to be a walkable catchment, and that's the reason we have identified that site which potentially can be considered, and feasibility will determine whether that site is suitable and car park can be constructed.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Thank you, Ms Guise.
Is my 3 minutes up?
It's actually 4 minutes. I'll let you go over.
Well, there you go. I got extra.
You
we
did.
Can lodge something
Free
else
of charge.
with
you. Okay. Ms Sangali, would you like to take the podium, please?
Before I start, I will just address one thing, and that is some of the questions that have been taken on notice tonight. I am disappointed to hear that these questions have been taken on notice, because some of those questions I have previously asked this council when I was a councillor. And it is disappointing that you still cannot afford this community a direct answer. I hope that what didn't come off my 3 minutes, by the way. Right. Additional to the questions that I already had prepared, the answers that have been supplied tonight, I do have a follow-up question. So the first question I have is on the statement that was made by Mr Percival, who, by the way, was afforded 4 minutes and 20 seconds for his statement. There is a part in here under our experience. On the second paragraph, he talks about the strong relationships that he's built with Tourism WA and the State Government Land Department in Western Australia. They're now talking about having him as a key preferred developer in the glamping industry in Western Australia. My question to the city, have any of you actually verified this information?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. This statement, like everyone else's, has come in for this meeting. We do talk to Tourism WA, and we do have spoken to the town of Northam. So that's as far as we've been doing for the situation at the moment, because we're not going any further until council has made a decision. But we certainly don't check everybody's statement for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Sangali.
Just in follow-up to that statement, my experience as a councillor, for this statement to arrive in this, be pre-printed and be available, it was received in due time before this meeting. There was enough time for this statement to actually be looked into. That's as far as I'll go with that one. Okay, now we'll go to the question that I asked. I asked you a question about question 8 and 10 of the survey. Question 8 and 10 of the survey related not just to an online survey, but the door knocking that occurred to people who were unfamiliar with this area. Now, I asked specifically about 8 and 10, and then I pointed you to what those people were asked to read before they went any further. Now, my question is, does anybody know when people were door knocking, were they walking around with a laptop, which I don't think they were, because you gave the times on how long it took them to respond. And I think it takes a lot longer than 24 minutes to read the entire content of what that lot is about. So the only information that the people who were being door knocked and who were unfamiliar with that area was that one brochure that does not say that it's bush forever, does not talk about the competing uses of that area, does not talk about the parking that's out of kilter, and does not talk about the community value.
I'll put it to Ms Jennings again, but a lot of that question has been answered. Ms Jennings, would you like to
It hasn't
respond
been answered,
to
I'm
Ms
sorry.
Sangali's question, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, our consultants had all that information available to them, and also people only were answering the survey if they agreed to it, so no one was forced to do anything. So they certainly had enough material there to be able to explain to people so they knew what their survey was about.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Sangali, you have another question?
Okay, perhaps I need to make it a little bit clearer. Okay, where are we? Question 8, are you aware of the Queen's Rock Caravan Park site? If you answered no, you were told to skip to question 10. I skipped to question 10. Before this survey, had you heard about the Queen's Rock Ecotourism Accommodation, Cafe and Event Space proposed concept ecotourism development proposal at the former Queen's Rocks Caravan Park? If you said no, it told you to go to section 3. Important. And it says, before filling out the remainder of this survey, keeping in mind that we're talking about door knockers who you've applied a lot of waiting on, okay? Before filling out the remainder of this survey, please have a look at the project brochure. And you provided a direct link in your agenda. So if any of you have got the electronic agenda, go to this page, have a look, click the link and have a look at the brochure that's been supplied. Not once does it mention any of those things.
Thank you, Ms Sangali. We're at 4 minutes with your time.
Well,
do you
that
have
was
anything?
a follow-up to the answers that were provided to me.
Okay.
They're not even my question.
Ms Jennings, do you have any further to add to that, please?
While they're looking for the answer, again, I will express my disappointment as a former councillor who raised this issue over and over again, that the people outside of the area were not familiar with it, were not told that it was bush forever at an early stage, were not told about the coastal hazards, were not told about the community values.
Thank you, Ms Sangali. Do you have any further additional comment to make on this?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. We know that people were asked to read the brochure as part of the door knock, and we also have an answer to one of the previous questions that goes into a bit more detail, because the way we answered Ms Sangali's question was about the percentages, which is what she asked. But I'll just check with Mr Greer whether he has anything further to answer.
Thank you, Mr Greer.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the response provided to Mr Ross's question went into more detail. They seem to both target question 8 and 15. There was a similarity between your question and Mr Ross's one. But there was more detail in the response to Mr Ross, which was around the yes or no at question 8 and the way that flowed through to 15. What was interesting was that of the people who identified themselves having a connection to the site, more actually preferred the proposal than those who didn't. So it's, I can infer where you're leading the question, but it's not what the...
Okay, Ms Sangali, you've had 4 minutes and you've had your deputation, so you've been able to speak to the item and you've had your questions as well. Yes, I understand, but that was part of your questions and we've given you 4 minutes and that is your question time. You're allowed 3 minutes question time. So are there any other members in the gallery that want to ask questions from the floor? Yes, would you like to come to the podium and ask your question? Thank you.
Hi, I was registered, but obviously I came late, so apologies if some of this has been covered before. My name's Jane Stacey and I'm a resident of Queen's Rocks in Graham Road. I've been a resident for 8 years, but a visitor to that site for 54 years. It's not a technical question, it's more about the process. I haven't ever been door knocked or anything like that. Maybe I've missed stuff, like I was late tonight, so maybe I have missed stuff, but I just don't understand why we're only considering glamping as an option. And judging by the number of security people hired for tonight's event, it seems the council is aware there is a high degree of community feeling about development. It's also my observation from the answers given tonight that the council is less than impartial, suggesting that the council have an agenda of turning the area into a money-making facility. And I just don't understand why. I want to know the why on this. I just don't get it. It's a fragile and unique coastline. It is beautiful. It is one of the last spots left like that. This process reminds me of what happened when we had the problems with the coastline that we had to get the wall up for. It's just very frustrating. It's like the council comes to everything with this preconceived notion of what the community want, and then we have to fight to just be heard. It's so frustrating. We already have issues with people trampling over the barriers to access the coastline, and with the advent of tourists seeking endless sunset selfies, how does the council intend protecting these areas? There are so few areas with shade on the coastline to take a crying baby or child that wants to play. It's the perfect area for a nature playground. That's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Stacey. Would you like to respond to the process, Ms Jennings, just briefly, to show that we have been through a long process to get to this stage?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. This has been a council decision originally in 2012 that we've been working through for the last nearly 11 years for the redevelopment of the site. So the question about why is because that was a council decision at that point. The council also made some other decisions in recent years, and you'll see the list at the very front of the report of all the relevant council decisions. So it's on the top of the agenda, it's basically page 1. So you can see there's quite a history to the actual project. That's probably the short answer to it, Mayor, except to mention that we do have security at every meeting of council, just so people are aware. It's not a new thing, but yeah, it's a long history for council decision for this one.
Thank you. If there are no more questions from the gallery, Mr Carter, you've already asked a question. Ms Sangala, you've already asked a question.
May I raise a point of order, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in regards to our standing orders under Regulation 7, it does permit, if there is a majority of council members or committee members present that disagree with the presiding person, they may be able to extend question time or public statement time to allow residents to exhaust that option. And I think this is necessary, and the least we can do is listen. I know Parliament House sit all night and sometimes to 1 in the morning, and I think this place is no different. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, I would like to say I haven't stopped public question time. Public question time is still going. I haven't ceased it, but there are standing orders that limit the amount of time each person can speak of 3 minutes, and some people I've extended to give them 4, 5 and 6 minutes of time within the gallery during the public question time. If they haven't asked their questions in that time, I can't help that they know that they've got that time to speak. Councillor Baker.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just by way of clarification, once again, under the standing orders, the council can resolve to suspend standing orders or a specific standing order for additional extensions of time for people to speak. It's as simple as that. These time limitations are not locked in stone.
That is within the council meeting procedure. Once we are making decision-making process, it's not within the public question time. And I haven't suspended the meeting and I haven't cancelled the public question time. Sir, you have your hand up in the back there. Would you like to come to the podium and ask a question? Just give us your name and suburb.
before I start, I'm happy to stay here all night. At least it might then delay your consideration of this issue, because I see that the council is...
Can you please give me your name and address first, please? Thank you.
Kim Young, and I live in Clarkson, and I'm a resident. My first question to you is, has the council debated and rejected the question of that area in Queen's Beach being public open space? That's the first question.
Ms Jennings? Mr CEO can respond to that.
Thank you for the question. No, because council for over a decade has always pursued through resolutions exploring the reactivation of the caravan park for tourist accommodation and has consistently done that through resolutions up to the most recent resolution, which sought an instruction to administration to consult further with the committee on alternative options, and that is contained within the report this evening.
Thank you. Do you have another question, sir?
I have many questions. I've got 3 minutes. My second question is, is council going to vote on this tonight, given that we've had a number of people have raised valid questions, and the answer to that is we'll take it under advisement, we'll write back to you. How can the council make that decision, given that there are unanswered questions?
Council will make a decision one way or the other this evening.
Are we wasting our time here?
Do you have another question,
I have
sir?
many. I have a couple more. I suppose my next question should be, are we simply wasting our time? And who are we the owners of that piece of land? The people here? The residents? And are we not your boss?
The entire city owns that block of land, and the entire city and all of the residents we serve. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think there's a few people here who've got something to say about this, would like to be able to vote on it. But anyway, the last question I will ask is, what sort of a fool, and I'm not saying that the council's a fool, what sort of a fool is considering entering a contract with a company that has no assets, that we don't even know the name of, and has no shareholders, and has no previous, that we know of, experience in running this show?
Mr CEO will respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. I think, as previously answered by both the Director of Corporate Strategy Performance and the Manager of Property, there is many due diligence steps that need to occur prior to a decision of council being made to enter into a lease. Those negotiations are yet to occur because they are subject to further deliberation this evening and a decision of council. If council decides to progress to the next stage, there is a statutory process that we must follow. That includes public notification of the details of the proponent. It enables the public to view the proposal and enables the public to make a comment or a submission on the proposal, and then that is subject to a further independent decision of this council in the public domain. So we're not there yet.
Do you have another question, sir?
And I don't think you're convincing anyone else of that.
Do you have another question, sir? Is there anyone in the gallery? Yes, would you like to come and take the podium, please, and give us your name and suburb?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Aidan and I live in Butler. I'm not too sure what the standing orders say or the rules are, but I would like to request that I pass down my 3 minutes to Nat Sangali, please.
I will give Ms Sangali another 3 minutes, but it will have to be 3 minutes only and no more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I have my questions written out in a really big, long way because I wanted our community to actually understand as well, but I'll go to abbreviations. The CHAR map, adopted by Council in 2021, reads in the executive summary, the city should engage with its community and begin preparations to adopt adaptation pathways involving eventual managed retreat of vulnerable assets, as this will be the most economically responsible and equitable approach over a long term. This approach is also likely to be required to ensure beach amenity and a suitable foreshore reserve is preserved for the community as sea level rises. Does the city consider leasing the last piece of coastal land that could support adaptation pathways and managed retreat to be an economical and equitable approach?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr Sangali, for the question. Perhaps I could just seek clarification from Mr Bowring. My understanding is the development application will be required for any proposal should Council pass a resolution this evening, and that development application will have to respond to the requirements of the CHAR map.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That's correct. The West Australian Planning Commission's requirements are that the city take heed of the coastal hazard and erosion mapping requirements through the development application process, and the state government would be the final arbiter on any development that's within the Metropolitan Region Scheme Parks and Recreation Reserve, and would take their own policy into account in making that decision.
Mr CEO will add to that response.
And Mr Bowring, I think previously you answered a question in response to how the district structure plans and local structure plans respond to the growing needs of the community along the coastal corridor. Would it be fair to assume that any development application for any development on the coast would have to comply with the same requirements as the city would?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Ms Sangali?
Just before you start the clock, just with all due respect, my actual question was, does the city consider, not what WAPC considers, but what does the city consider that you are doing all you can for CHAR map?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The city has invested in the CHAR map, and the city would respond to the CHAR map, so therefore the city would consider that as long as compliance with the CHAR map is achieved, they have made the administration is providing responsible advice to the council.
Thank you. Ms Sangali.
Again, using the words of the CHAR map executive summary, does the city consider leasing this land to a private developer for 21 years to be a way of ensuring the beach amenity and foreshore reserve is preserved for the community as the sea level rises?
Ms Terrelling or Mr Bowring? Mr Bowring.
Thank you. It's a function of the development control process, so whether it's a lease or any other use or any development by the city, it would be considered in the same way in relation to the coastal hazard risk and erosion risks.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Ms Sangali.
Okay, CHAR map section 5.4. Again, remember you guys adopted this. Part 2 says coastal reserves should be wide enough that they can still perform recreation and or conservation functions according to the reasons for their initial designation, even if they are affected by coastal erosion or reduction due to sea level rise. Number 3, privatisation of coastal land at the risk of erosion or long-term inundation through freehold or long-term leasehold subdivision should be avoided. Now, while this particular beach may not be under as much stress as erosion, every single beach for hundreds of metres either side of it is. So when those beaches erode and you have nothing but water up to a wall, where do you think people are going to go to the beach? And how is the future planning of Old Quinns and Mindarie being taken into account?
Mr CEO, would you like to make a
Thank you,
comment
Mayor.
on that?
I think Council's actions in terms of protecting the foreshore at Quinns is well understood by the local community. I think Ms Sangali's comment that the CHAR map responds to different topographic and conditions and allows for different development based on that geological formations on the coast is correct. And therefore, considering the CHAR map, the other coastal reserves in the corridor, Mr Bowring's comments about how other regional coastal facilities will be planned in the corridor, the proposal is presented to council, and the report acknowledges that.
Thank you. Ms Sangali, do you have another question?
So when our usable beach is a couple of kilometres away, I'm not sure how that works into livable neighbourhoods either. Speaking about the 400-metre radius to everything, well, you've just taken 2 kilometres of beach and pinned it down into a central area, and you're expecting people to get in their cars and drive somewhere else because they can't fit on their own local beach. Just a statement about that one. Livable neighbourhoods has been mentioned through the report. Are councillors aware that 2 of the principal objectives of livable neighbourhoods are, number 1, plan for public open space that meets the recreational, social and health needs of the existing and, more importantly, future communities. Number 2, provide other community infrastructure, not commercial infrastructure, community infrastructure, to the needs of the existing and future communities.
Do you want an answer to that question, do you, Ms Sangali?
I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Okay, you've got 8 seconds left.
Is the coastal node classified as a neighbourhood activity centre? If so, can you please advise when all footpaths within the 400-metre radius of Queen's Mindarie coastal node will be upgraded to a 2.5 metre wide minimum as required by livable neighbourhoods, and what will that cost be?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The city has got a number of footpath requests and a number of paths which the city needs to build, and they are assessed in accordance with pathway policy and delivered within the budget approved by council every year.
Thank you, Mr Singh. You've had your second 3 minutes. The time is
With your
finished
indulgement,
now.
I have one more question that follows up on that one.
Okay, I'll allow one more question.
Please, can you advise if a retail assessment has been completed as required for any neighbourhood activity centre expansion over 6,000 square metres according to State Planning Policy 4.2? If not, why not?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, it's not a commercial retail facility like a supermarket. So no such study would be done for a...
So a cafe is not a commercial facility?
It's not it's not a district centre or a local neighbourhood centre.
Okay, all questions need to come through the chair, but you've had your 3 minutes, Ms Sangali. I've just had Kelly Wheatfield has arrived and she has a question to ask. Kelly, would you like to take the podium and ask your question and give us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Kelly Wheatcroft, and I'm a resident of Queen's Rocks. Question 20 from the marketing survey has both a market research sample, which was considered a valid sample, and the open sample, which was considered a non-valid sample for reasons which are not explained in the report. However, both samples show almost identical levels of support from across the entire city of Wanneroo, regardless of proximity to the community base, for a development other than the ecotourism proposal. And if you refer to question 20 in both of those samples of your pack in that market survey, it actually states that 64% in both samples support a development other than the ecotourism proposal. So as part of that report that was developed, weightings were applied to residents that lived a certain proximity away from the local area that we're talking about. The further away you lived, apparently, the higher your weighting. There is no explanation within that report as how those weightings were derived. Fair enough, if you want to...
Take that as a statement,
Yes,
Ms.
my
Wheatcroft.
question is, there are no weightings applied for informed or uninformed respondents, which would lead to a bias to that survey results. And I'll preface that with saying, I'm an engineer. I've been an engineer for over 30 years. I'm currently studying a psych degree and I've had to do 2 units of statistics quite recently. My lecturers would fail that survey in its format because it is so biased. There is no weighting whatsoever for the uninformed versus informed respondents. Does the council consider the information that's provided to them sufficient to make a truly informed decision on this development tonight?
The councillors will make their decision tonight, but I'll ask Mr Greer and Ms Jennings about the weighting of that and your discussion of bias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, it's important to understand, and we've had this discussion before, that both surveys are important. They're just telling us different things. One can allow us to extrapolate, and the other one is specific because there's been so many local people answer it. It's still important for the council to take into account because it's telling us different things. So in terms of the bias, we did answer that question in a couple of the items. I'll just try and say which number. I think question 3.7 had a bit about the bias.
I've been listening to this online because I've been at my son's play tonight, and unfortunately I've had one ear on him and one ear on this. You did not answer that question at that time.
Please do not banter directly with the directors.
I'm
Everything
looking
has
at you,
to come through
Mrs.
me.
Mayor.
And Ms Jennings hasn't finished her response, okay? When she's finished her response, you'll be given the opportunity to make your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. What we said there was we were unclear of exactly what sort of bias you were saying it was being introduced, because the survey has been designed in a particular way so that it can be answered by a variation of people with a variation of knowledge. And, you know, that's a professionally put together survey that we've been using. I think there's enough information there to show all kinds of different cuts of the data as well as the demographics, as well as location, etc. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Wheatcroft, do you have another question?
I do. I will follow up that statement. If that statement's true, therefore the open sample results should stand because Viv Warren developed that survey. I'll leave that. My other question is, it has been stated that we haven't had very much time to read this report, but in looking at the Clarkson and Wilberforce families, of which John Wilberforce Clarkson left that land, which we're now arguing about, to the council or to his sister and his mother, and that was then subsequently left or ceded to the council. John Wilberforce Clarkson and his will also left 2 scholarships to UWA for the youth of Western Australia to be able to attend university. He also left 2 scholarships to Guildford Grammar in his and his brother's name. His brother, Peter Clarkson, died in World War II defending this country in the Northern Territory at the age of 21. Providing a community space with facilities for families and children to enjoy would be in keeping with the legacy that John Wilberforce Clarkson has left this community elsewhere. I would suggest to the council that a better use of Lot 211 would be a facility named in the honour of the family, or indeed Peter Clarkson, who died defending this country at the age of 21. Do I have any time left, Lady Mayor?
I take that as a statement. Thank you.
Yes. Do I have any time left?
You've got about 30 seconds.
Right. Luke Percival is named in the documents I've seen as a proponent for this proposal. He's also a director of a company called Motive Events, which organise beachside parties, and in his own words, it's drink with your friends till the early hours. I note that there's a proposal for concerts on this site. Do we have a time limit on what events in the morning those events may run?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. The involvement of Mr Percival with other events is not the involvement of Mr Percival with this site. As we've explained, there is a company that will be established. There will be terms of a lease to be negotiated. So, I'm sorry, I should take that off first. The restrictions on hours will probably come from 2 places. It may come from the lease terms. It would also likely come from the terms of the planning approval for the site and the liquor licence. There's a whole lot of areas where restrictions would apply. So whatever reference you've identified with Mr Percival, whether it's on Facebook or something else, there are a number of controls that will be in place for this site.
Okay, so the response to that, if I may, was through ASIC, not Facebook.
Okay, thank you. You've had 3.5 minutes. Is there anyone else who hasn't asked questions that wants to take the opportunity to ask a question? The gentleman up the back in there in the glasses, if you would like to come and down to the podium and ask a question.
Do I have to say my name?
Just your first name and not your address. You can say the suburb you live in, but not your address, please.
Okay, my first name is Antonio and I live in Queen's Rocks. My question is, I frequently use this land, and if the glamping area was developed, how would it help my generation and more to come?
Sorry. I think it would be a positive site. It would create local employment, and it would be environmentally sensitive.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have another question, Antonio?
Yes, and I use the barbecues at other parks to make food, and if there was to be barbecues or other facilities here, would I have to pay for them on the site?
We have free barbecues at the front there, and those barbecues have always been free. The council and city barbecues would all be free, and that would be part of the lease negotiation we would do with the proponent, wouldn't it, Mr Greer?
Through you, Mayor. So the barbecues that are currently there will still be currently there. They're outside the area that's proposed for this lease. There may have been a misunderstanding at times as to what area we're actually talking about. This is the area that's within the fence. So there's the temporary car park, and then there's some bushland around it. It's within that fenced area. It's not outside. It's not where those other barbecues are. The facilities within the site, within the area we are talking about, we've still got to work out some things with the person who's made the proposal. So some of that is still unknown, but clearly there's been feedback from the community and council members around some of the things they want to see and how they want access. So thanks for the question.
Thank you, Antonio. Do you have another question?
No.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. Do we have anyone in the gallery? Yes, sir. Have you asked? You haven't asked a previous question, have you? You come down. Oh, we have a lady coming to the podium. Thank you. Could you just give us your name and the suburb you live in, please?
Yep, my name is Hayley Faulkner and I'm a resident of Queen's Rocks. The petition presented to Council on the 12th of June 2023 requested 1. The City cease further discussions with Heritage WA. 2. Fully investigate the feasibility and costs associated with developing the site into a community park with amenities and parking. On page 22, there is a comment from administration advising Council to ignore this petition as the substance of the petition has been addressed. Does this mean the administration and Council have ceased all communications with Heritage WA, although they have provided feedback in this report? And there is a feasibility report available on the development of a community park with increased amenities and parking.
Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. As it says on page 22, the petition will be responded to at a future ordinary council meeting in accordance with the city's usual processes. So I'm not sure that it says anything about ignoring it. We just made a preliminary comment that there's information that's addressed in this report, but we'll certainly be bringing forward the answer to the petition at a future council meeting.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Ms Faulkner, do you have another question?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone in the gallery with another question? Oh, yes, sir. If you'd like to take the podium, give us your name and suburb, please.
Thank you. My name is Sean Whitehead. I live in Queen's Rocks. So my first minute is a statement. So I've been a resident here for 7 years. As you can probably tell by my accent, I wasn't born in Australia. One of the things what attracted me to Wanneroo, and to Queen's Rocks specifically, was its stunning coastline. This is a place I want my kids to grow up in. My kids thrive in the ocean here. And that coastline at the moment, I've seen it grow. I've been a member at Queen's Rocks Lifesaving Club for 7 years. I was on the board for 3 years as Director of Youth. I've seen the place bursting now with young people. I've seen what Steve's done with the cadets. They're bursting at the seams. I've seen what the park run is doing, and that area is absolutely saturated with people, community using that area. My first question is, has a total maximum for private gatherings at this proponent's venue been capped at this point? And if it has, sorry, Chair, what number is it at?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. It hasn't yet because that's one of the parts we'd work on in the next stage. We've needed to conduct the engagement and bring that back to council, and a lot of things have actually been on hold for 12 months while that's occurred.
Okay, thank you for that. My second one then is...
Whitehead, do you have a second question?
I have a second question, yeah. So we have a community centre upstairs which is busy. We have Portofino's, which is a thriving, successful local business. We have Mindowden Marina, which has a venue for holding, which is very successful. Has the council explored, are they at saturation point at this point, and there is a need for a new venue in the area?
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor. As part of the engagement process, we provided an opportunity for those other businesses in the area to give us feedback on, whether they saw this additional, the cafe, the accommodation as a threat or a challenge. That wasn't the feedback we received from the businesses that we consulted with, and there was. The feedback was essentially there was room to grow and room to provide services and bring people into the area.
Can I just clarify with the chair? So it has been confirmed that there is capacity in these businesses, or are they saturated?
Mr Whitehead, Mr Greer. Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. We did, in part of that discussion, investigate the complementary nature of some of the offerings that were being proposed, and hence that was part of the discussion with certainly Portofino's. We obviously run the community centre, so we're aware of the bookings that happen there, but certainly Portofino's, for example, may not have a breakfast offering, but perhaps this other cafe may. So there's room for there to be multiple businesses supporting the local area.
Thank you, Mr Whitehead. Do you have another question?
I have a third question.
Yes.
Have I got enough time?
Yes, you have, Mr Whitehead.
Thank you. I do speak fast. Okay, my last one is, I'm not aware if the proposed developer is in the room at this point, but I don't think they are, but you can see the community are. Can you answer if that person is not in the room, if they've sent their apologies, and why they're not here fighting their case when clearly community members are?
I have no idea if he's in the room or not, and Mr Greer will respond to that.
Through you, Mayor. No, they do not appear to be in the room. However, the focus of the meeting is engagement, and really the decision, well, the final part of the lease is still to be done. So. No, they're not here, but it's provided an opportunity for the community to come in and have their voice.
Thank you. Every other time I'd like to finish with a statement then that this community would like to engage with people and understand their point of view. We have come to put our point of view. It would be nice if that member was here to put their point of view to us to answer some of these questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Whitehead. Is there anyone else in the gallery who wished to ask a question who hasn't been asked a question? Oh, you've already made a statement, haven't you?
If there was an opportunity, I would like to ask a quick question because of something that's been raised here tonight.
Okay, I will allow that. Just come down to the podium so everyone can hear it, sir.
This one is first. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor, to raise another question. This comes from a response from the Director earlier on. A quick Google search and a quick open source information search reveals there are a number of Russell Percivals. One runs Buckland Estate, a very big functional wedding centre in the Avon Valley. There is also a very big Bali glamping thing overseas. There is also a Russell Percival who has been engaged in various activities and has had lots of media and legal coverage as he's gone through things. I have no idea who Russell Percival is. I don't know. What I am concerned about is when you're raising said that there is no company, there is no structure, the money doesn't raise, and you made the comment that they're looking for investors or they will look for investors. Should they not raise the money and cannot attract enough investors and they pull out of the project, because that seems to be the only way the council is pushing, what is plan B?
I'll pass that to Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. If that were the eventual outcome, then the council would have to reassess and have another look at the plan for that particular parcel of land.
Thank you. Can I ask, would it take another 11 years? Is that long it's taken?
I'm just going to say, who knows? Okay, so the lady over in the corner there with the scarf, did you have a question you wanted to ask? You put... Oh, where? Oh, sorry. Would you like to come to the podium? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Henkel. I live in Mindarie. Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity for all of us to come here tonight and ask our questions and express our views, although the views all seem to be very unanimous, and yes, wondering where the people who do not support or who do support the glamping proposal are tonight. They can't feel as passionate, perhaps, as we do. Now, in my ignorance, I didn't actually know the council was making their determination tonight. I've been busy organising my daughter's 18th birthday party. But can I ask, when is this item going to be considered on the agenda? And if it is quite late, is there a mechanism to move it up the agenda so that we may remain and be witness to the...
This is the only item on the agenda this evening. A special council meeting has been called just for this item because we understood that there would be a lot of questions from the community, so we allowed it. This is the only item on the agenda this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions that have not been asked by someone? Steve, you've already asked a question.
You've already granted it to someone else.
Okay, would you like to come and ask a question?
Thank you.
3 minutes.
No worries, I only need probably 2. Look, most of you guys in the room know who I am and know who I represent, and that's young people. And I just want to say, little chaps like the guy at the back there, you know, I remember a little boy trying to make a speech for head boy. I couldn't do what that kid did tonight, so well done, mate. I'm involved with a lot of city programs, okay? I'm a representative on the JAWS committee, and I'm sure you guys are all familiar with that, okay? It's a collaboration between City of Wanneroo and City of Joondalup, where those essential services and things come together, and we ultimately talk about young people, okay, and opportunities. I want to note that the city has got a wonderful youth services team. They really do. But one thing I've noticed in our area is our kids are forced to go to Clarkson. You guys have remote youth services trailer, other things available, but nothing comes down to Quinns. I think the closest thing we had was some guy playing a guitar in Bellhaven Reserve, okay? But no original Quinns youth gatherings in the parks. Once upon a time, Gunblossom Hall was the place. I remember as a young child at Gunblossom, the fire brigade would come up and take us for rides in the fire truck, or they'd wet us down with the hose and all these things. Obviously, sports come in. We love sport, okay? But soccer has taken over one of our main reserves, which used to be the biggest hub we had to come together. We can't use that facility for those purposes, for having a kid's birthday party anymore. We don't want a backdrop of a soccer game playing when we've got a blanket on the floor trying to celebrate one of our kids' birthdays. Does the council think that if we develop that land, the last little parcel down there on the coast, that would be, it already is a place where young people come together, but a place where we could embrace opportunities like our youth team to come out and set up, do some sporting activities, whether that be a sandy volleyball court or a basketball ring, something along those lines, a playground where they could engage with our local kids, because I think trekking to Clarkson, mind you, not running at the moment, I don't believe, but it's a big ask for them, okay? And a lot of our kids just don't bother. So I'd like the council to maybe consider those young people. They weren't represented in the survey very well, we know that, but these are important people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that statement. Are there any other people in the gallery that want to ask a question? Yes, ma'am, if you'd like to take the podium, give us your name and suburb. Thank you.
My name's Taryn Zangali and I live in Quinns Rocks.
I'd just like to make a statement, not a question. As a resident of Quinns Rocks for 19 years and an employee of Quinns Rocks IGA for 5 years, which, by the way, I recognise around 90% of the local community sitting here today, I would like to urge the Council to look at the community expression against the development of the glamping proposal and the constant ask for the land to be used for community use. The people in this room are the people who will be directly impacted by this decision tonight, along with the future generations, such as my own children in the future. Can the Council please take into consideration everything that has been said tonight by the local community and how it will affect community members of all ages and future generations? Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Are there any other people in the gallery that wish to ask a question that haven't had the opportunity to ask a question this evening? If there are no more people, I just formally close question time.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move a procedural motion, please.
Yes, Councillor Baker.
Yes, I move pursuant to Standing Orders 2021, Standing Order 7.1, subclause B, that this meeting do now adjourned to the next available date during the month of September 2023 with a 6 p.m, not 5:30 p.m. start time. I have a seconder, I understand. My seconder is Councillor Van Nguyen, please.
Councillor Nguyen, yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, under Standing Order 7.21, I'm allocated 5 minutes to speak to this adjournment application, or this adjournment motion.
Okay, I'll give you the option to speak to it.
Thanks very much. Madam Mayor, the point is this, and let's be frank, you can't expect residents to digest a 155-page agenda report with various attachments from the afternoon of Friday last week until, 5:30 p.m. this afternoon. It's unfair. There are so many unanswered questions that have been asked here tonight. They demand answers. The most obvious question, who in their right mind would enter into further negotiations with an unknown legal entity? It's absolute nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. If the developer had his act together, he would say...
Councillor Baker, you have to describe the merit of the motion, not argue the detail of the report. So please just argue the merit of the motion, please.
Yes, well, the merit is we need to know who the legal developer will be, what the legal entity will be. We need a name. We need a company so we can do background checks, company searches, bankers' opinions, etc. Do thorough, detailed due diligence.
Thank you, Councillor Baker.
I'm allowed 5 minutes, Madam Mayor, under the Standing Order 7.21.
Okay, please make sure that you speak to the motion, not to your opinions, please.
No, I'm explaining why it's necessary to adjourn this matter for at least a couple of months to get the facts and do some proper due diligence. We need time. The other point too is that in terms of the lease that's referred to in the agenda, the key points of the lease, it refers to that there may be public open space. We could do this, we could do that, he may do this, or he may do that, or it may do it. I mean, what are the key fundamentals quite clearly that needs to be further negotiated before we even consider signing a lease, subject to any community consultation, is what will be the nature and extent, if any, the full nature and extent, if any, of the public's use of the area of land being the subject of the leased area. That is so important. It's critical. That is actually the threshold issue. That should be the key condition precedent to any further negotiations at all. In other words, come clean and show us...
Councillor Baker, I have Deputy Mayor Treby wants to make a point of order. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor Treby? What clause does that refer to, Treby?
If you bear with me, I'll get to the clause, but the point of order is on relevance, firstly, because the motion is to simply move this to September, not to debate specifics or express opinions about the value or merit of anything that has or hasn't been said. But essentially, it's the it's the relevance of the discussion that Councillor Baker is talking about to his point of order to officially request a move to September.
What's your ruling, Madam Mayor? Have I not given a reasonable explanation as to the need
That
to
ruling,
defer this matter?
I rule that the point of order is correct, and I ask that you stick to the relevance of the motion and not argue the recommendation this evening.
Yes, the rules, as I understand them, require reasons to be given for the adjournment. I'm giving those reasons. I'm stating patently obvious reasons. Look, I won't continue any further. We need more information. This is such a critically important piece of land, absolutely critically important. It's the last remaining jewel on our coast. Common sense is get more information, get the facts, and find who the hell we're actually dealing with. What is the legal entity? Please, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. We have a procedural motion on the table, and I ask that councillors, as soon as we can, we will cast our vote on the procedural motion whether to defer this item to September, remembering we will be in caretaker mode in September, or to deal with it now.
Madam Mayor, if I can, just by a point of
I've put the vote now, Councillor Baker. No, Councillor Baker, I have put the vote. Our councillors are casting their vote now.
Just point of order, Mayor. The motion is not to defer, the motion is to adjourn the meeting.
I agree it's to adjourn the meeting, but if we adjourn the meeting to September, we will be in a caretaker period at that time if we adjourn the meeting.
Point of order, the caretaker period does not apply until October 2025. The Minister stated that 3 weeks ago. It's in writing like an email to you. And the CEO will confirm this.
It's relevant as soon as nominations open. We are in caretaker mode.
No, that amendment does not apply until it is proclaimed, and it's proclaimed to commence in the October 2025 elections, not this year.
Point of order, Mayor.
Confirm this.
Councillors, I have got us casting a vote to defer this meeting, to adjourn this meeting until September. We are in the middle of the vote. Can we please put the procedural motion at 0 and we will cast the vote again? There will be no more discussion about this procedural motion. We go to the vote. Can you clear it, please, up in the box, and we will re-vote. Thank you.
Just another correction, Mayor. It's not a deferral, it's an adjournment.
I did say that, Councillor Nguyen, and I asked you that all discussion had ceased. Councillors, cast your vote. So I just do the casting vote now? I have the casting vote, and I vote that we proceed with the meeting, that we don't adjourn it now.
Just a clarification, can the record please note the members who voted for and against the motion to adjourn the...
Okay, those members that were for deferring the meeting or adjourning the meeting is Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Baker and Councillor Myers. Those who were against deferring the meeting was Mayor Aitken, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Parker, Councillor Smith, Councillor Savitten, Councillor Rowe and Deputy Mayor Treby. So the casting vote has been cast and the meeting will proceed. It will not be deferred.
Final clarification, please, Madam Mayor.
No.
No more clarifications?
So now we go to the item, to the reports, which is SCO 10623.
Madam Mayor,
yes,
can I just request that we have a short 5-minute break?
Yes, I agree. We will have a short break for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And seconded, moved Deputy Mayor Treby, seconded Councillor Herridge, and we will resume at 8:45.
We have to vote. We have to vote.
Councillors, can we please vote on this? Councillors, we need a vote on the adjournment, please. We only have one against, which is Councillor Nguyen.
just wait till the light comes on to say we're online. You can ask councillors to take their seat if you like.
Councillors, please take your seats. Could I have a mover to resume the meeting, please? Yes, Councillor Huntley, seconder Councillor Civic, and can we please vote to resume the meeting, please? Councillor Baker and Councillor Coetzee, could you please vote to resume the meeting? Thank you. I declare the meeting open again, and that was passed unanimously. I have an impartiality from Councillor Berry. Councillor Berry, would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. With regard to this item, I presented a petition last week and added my own commentary to it. And for that reason, I disclose that for that reason. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on this matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Parker, and a seconder for the substantive, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Madam Mayor, before we go much further, if I can move a motion of deferral on this item.
Yes. What are the conditions of that deferral, Deputy Mayor Treby?
The motion for deferral is to seek further and better particulars from the CEO with regard to the questions that were asked regarding the proponent and responding to some of those questions that were raised this evening in discussion and debate and public question time for us to be better informed at a point in the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. I second that deferral.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Baker, yes, what is your point of order? What clause is it, please, Councillor Baker?
Standing Order 7.5, titled, "The motion be deferred, effective motion." Subclause 1 reads, "If a motion that the motion be deferred is carried, then all debate on the primary motion and any amendment is ceased, and the motion or amendment is to be resubmitted for consideration at a later date and time, and a date and time specified in the motion." I don't recall hearing the actual date and time, such as the month, the next available month in September, as an example. 6 p.m. as a start date. That wasn't referred to.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to clarify that, please, Deputy Mayor Treby?
Councillor Baker, on the odd occasion, does like to jump in nice and early. That's the rationale I was providing to the CEO, and providing the CEO, rather than dictating a time, which might be problematic for the city and city staff and administration, to provide that feedback, providing context to the CEO, and then the CEO would be providing an estimate of what that time requirement would be.
Further to the point of order.
Mr. CEO, Councillor Baker, we are dealing with the first point of order. Mr.
Yes.
CEO, do you have an estimation that could be in mind for this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might just defer to either Mrs Jennings or Mr Greer, who's been handling the negotiations to this point with the proponent, to seek some advice on likely timing that they would have a report ready. I am, however, mindful of Council's resolution that fetters to some degree our ability to negotiate much further with the developer. We would then be stepping outside the resolution, but I'll ask Ms Jennings for a date in terms of when it may come back to clarify the questions the public have raised that we can clarify in the context of the resolution already passed.
Thank you, Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also going to mention that we are somewhat constrained by the previous council decision. We will nevertheless attempt to ask some of those questions. It will be also dependent on the proponent being confident enough to take some of those next steps to finalise some of those pieces of information as well. So until we've had that initial discussion, I'm not sure that I can give you an actual time frame other than, I would say, at least a month, but that's probably the best I can give at this point without having that early discussion.
Through you, Chair, could I perhaps suggest if the mover considers no later than December, or no later than a certain date, and we can always bring it forward if it's achieved prior to that date. So perhaps setting a no later date would allow us to respond as soon as we have the information.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question to the CEO?
Councillor Baker, you may ask a question to the CEO.
Thank you. Just on this point, it's just that Standing Order 7.51 says, and I quote, the time and date specified in the motion is to be included in the motion. So I understand what you're trying to do, but it doesn't seem to be in order. But nonetheless, putting that to one side and waiving it, December this year will be obviously after the October elections, of course, and by December this year, the city will be out of caretaker mode, even though the caretaker mode change to the Act doesn't come into place until October 2025. Is that the case?
Mr CEO.
For you, Madam, my role as CEO is really just to provide some guidance to Council. I don't really want to frame the procedural motion. I think the no later option is consistent with clause 7.51. The month is up to the mover of the deferral motion. I think we at least would need 4 weeks. We then need, at the very minimum, another 4 weeks to get it into the meeting cycle after we've had the response. That would bring us to July, the August OCM at the earliest. But I'll be guided by the mover.
Deputy Mayor Treby.
And once again, Councillor Baker does like to assist me with guidance. If we could make it no later than September.
That rings a bell, Madam Mayor.
It is, however, naturally, of course, it is, however, subtly different in substance from the earlier motion, which is a continuation of this meeting, and it wasn't a deferral. But yes.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Huntley?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Just a minute, Councillor Huntley. Mr CEO would like to make comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to assist with the minuting of the meeting, I'll just seek clarification then from the mover of the procedural motion that the intention is that a report be presented to the ordinary council meeting in September, which then achieves the time and date.
Yes.
Is that correct, Deputy Mayor Treby?
Yes.
Councillor Huntley, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question, Madam Mayor. Would it be unacceptable to actually vote on 1 and 2 and then defer 3, 4, 5 and 6?
Councillor Huntley, we have an active procedural motion at the moment, and so that dividing the substantive is not to be discussed. We are discussing the active procedural motion. That is to be discussed when we come to the substantial, if we come to the substantial motion. Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to raise the issue around quorum, as we have 3 leave of absences for the September council meeting. Is quorum affected? Considering myself, Councillor Baker, Councillor Rowe.
Councillor Wright, we just have a procedural motion. This is not part of it. I will be seconding the procedural motion, and that is not part of the consideration.
By way of clarification, what's the actual month that of the motion you're seconding? Can you please tell us?
By the September ordinary council meeting. Okay.
What date is that set for? That date's already set, isn't it? We set
that date is already set, Councillor Baker.
And that date is, please?
We will find it for you in a minute. We will have speakers for it. That will be the 12th of September at 6 p.m. Okay. So, Deputy Mayor Treby, would you like to speak to this deferment motion?
As frustrating as it may well be, and I'm sure the community won't believe this for one moment, that council does have a significant amount of information. However, there were, and it would have been valuable had the questions been provided in writing this evening, so the administration would have had ample opportunity to answer those questions prior to the meeting, so as we could have taken that informed position forward. That notwithstanding, there are appear to be some outstanding questions from the proponent, which I think would add value to the decision-making process. And as such, that's the rationale behind the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. I won't speak to this at the moment. I'll reserve that. Do I have any speakers against this procedure?
A point of order, Madam Mayor. The Standing Order 7.2 says that the seconder is only to speak to second the motion but cannot speak in support of the motion. Standing Order 7.2, subclause 1, page 30, Standing Orders Local Law 2021.
I need to give the opportunity to Councillor Rowe to speak.
It also says that the motion cannot be debated.
Might I suggest, Madam Mayor, that we suspend that specific standing order to allow speakers for and against?
Yes, can I have a vote to suspend that standing order for speakers for and against? So councillors, we will have a vote to suspend that standing order for speakers and against for this item.
For the sake of good governance, can you please refer to the relevant standing order in the motion, please?
So it's a standing order 7.5 in the motion to be deferred effect of the motion, and those for it to be spoken to or those against with the right to speak for and against.
That's the wrong standing order, ma'am. You have to suspend either a specific standing order or the whole of standing orders to facilitate a debate concerning the...
Councillor Baker, we will just stop for a moment, please. Thank you.
Good idea.
Okay, Council, under 7.10, limitation on members speaking to be suspended or resumed, I am promoting that we move that so that members, for this procedural motion, so that members can speak to this procedural motion, because Council has listened to a lot of questions, but there are some councillors who are passionate and want to be the opportunity to speak to this item and to this motion. So 7.10, limitation on members speaking to be suspended or resumed and the effect of that motion. So for the procedural motion only. So can I have a vote to support 7.10, that the limit on members speaking be suspended for the procedural motion only?
That's the member speaking in relation to the procedural motion only. Not
That's what I just said, the procedural motion only.
Just to clarify.
Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Rowe, seconder? Deputy Mayor Treby. Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote. Okay, we have 7 for and 7 against, and I have the casting vote, and I will cast the vote to give the opportunity to councillors to speak. So my casting vote is to support this.
And what's the duration, Madam Mayor, by way of clarification? What will be the duration of each member's speech? 5 minutes, 3 minutes?
It will be...
Seconds? How many?
It'll be 5 minutes as normal.
And this is on that discrete issue as to that motion to...
Just specifically on the procedural motion, and I have passed the casting vote to make that happen. Okay, so we're back to the procedural motion that the motion be deferred to the September ordinary council meeting. Deputy Mayor Treby, you've spoken to this motion. I've seconded the motion. Do I have a speaker against the procedural motion? Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I do apologise for the need to request the suspension of standing orders, but Council has been sitting here now for 3.5 hours, and I think it only fair that if this meeting is to be deferred to approximately September, potentially earlier, we have every right to debate the substance of that deferral and to suggest, in my personal opinion, that that would be bad governance. I understand the reason that it is necessary on behalf of what the mover is saying, but I personally think it would be the wrong thing to do. There's a couple of reasons for that. The first is that there has been an extensive community engagement process, and some people tonight have identified what they perceive to be issues with that. Fair enough, they've come and they've articulated that view. But they were told that Council would be making a decision tonight in a special meeting. It was set up for that specific purpose. It was advertised. They have sat there for 3 hours. There is an expectation that an outcome will be held tonight. And as much as many of the community probably wouldn't side with the proponent, he also has a right in this as well. He's the preferred proponent, as a resolution of council last year has indicated, and he would expect an outcome as of tonight as well. And I don't think it is either in line with good governance, good practice, to consistently defer. So I understand the reason, which is to try and restore order into the chamber. I think that's the reason. But I can't support this motion of deferral. I would encourage councillors. It has been advertised at this time. We have been presented with information. We have an agenda in front of us. Many of the concerns and feedback and issued can be debated throughout the substantive motion, and then, if it's successful, at the point in time when the draft lease comes before us. This is not the do or die moment. It's not the do or die moment. It's been advertised that we should make a decision tonight. Please do not support deferring this. We need to make a decision tonight.
Do I have a speaker for the deferment? Yes, Councillor Nguyen.
The deferment is consistent with the first procedural motion put forward by Councillor Baker, that is to defer to allow councillors to get the answers to many of the unanswered questions that have been posed by many residents tonight. And those answers are relevant to me making an informed decision. There were some residents who came here tonight that indicated they weren't aware that we were making a decision tonight. While we may have had this lengthy period of consultation, a lot of them indicated that, are we making a decision tonight regarding the proposal? Well, we are at a T-junction where we are indicating to council and to the community which direction we're heading. It's not simply, well, we're going to make a decision and then another decision will come about and then we'll negotiate a lease. Well, the boat has left. It's already departed. There's no way coming back once we make the decision tonight as to the direction of where we're heading. So the opportunity for other residents to come, and there were some residents who may have felt they were being pressured because they're running out of time and they may not have an opportunity previously to indicate. Now, each of them were given some 3 minutes to have their say in what is a very important piece of land. Now, some of them ran out of time and the mayor gave an indulgence to extend that time. Now, I mean, this is prime real estate. Why are we limiting engagement with the community by simply saying we have to make a decision tonight when there are so many residents out there that may, I think there was a lady who came in here earlier with a child because she could make it. There may be other residents who wanted to be here tonight but could not make it tonight. And so this deferral will allow for those residents who could not make it tonight to be able to put forward any other concerns and other questions at the deferral date. That's why I'm supporting this.
Do I have any speakers against the deferment? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to keep my comments very short tonight, but I think this community has waited long enough for a decision to come tonight and to stop the anxiety and all the emotions of keeping this going and going and going and going. It's just not good for anyone. And we talk about mental health on a day-to-day basis. Well, this is one of the reasons. These are people's homes. This is a local area. There is a proponent that is waiting for a decision. Both parties are waiting for a decision tonight. I think we need to put it to the vote. We need to put where you stand on this issue and we go forward from there. Thank you.
Do I have any speakers for?
This is the adjournment, Madam Mayor?
For the deferment, yes, Councillor Baker.
You mean the adjournment or the deferment of the motion? Okay, fair enough. Yep. Yeah, the point is I support it for obvious reasons. It seeks to achieve the same thing I sought to achieve earlier. But I do think that the deferment should be to a special council meeting, a council meeting established solely to deal with this motion, not be put in a queue with 20 other items like an ordinary council meeting. You should, if we're going to adjourn it, the motion should be adjourned from a special council meeting to another special council meeting.
Okay,
and it should therefore be the sole agenda item.
That's not what we're discussing. It's that we're discussing the deferment.
To when though, a special council meeting or ordinary
Well,
council?
that is what we had done at the moment. So you're actually asking a question about the decision of what date it's to be on. Deputy Mayor Treby,
No,
are you happy for it to be a special council meeting or do you want it deferred to the ordinary council meeting? Do you want it to be nominated for one or the other as you're the mover of the motion?
At this stage, Madam Mayor, I think the motion specifically said at a time before September.
But we did nominate the next council meeting.
Okay, before the September, well, on or before the September council meeting. That does not preclude there being a special meeting.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Baker?
Well, but if it's stated to be special, then it absolutely will be special, rather than saying, well, it's possible that it may not be, but it's like some of the clauses in the lease. I mean, we could consider this, we could allow public open space to be used, we could this, could that. What it will
So, Councillor Baker,
it warrants a special council meeting.
What you want is that you want it done on a special council meeting before the ordinary council meeting in September.
Not at all.
Is that what you're asking for?
No, that it be titled a special council meeting so that the only agenda item at that meeting will be this item here. No other agenda items at all. This item here, just like it was tonight, safe for public questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Treby, are you happy with it being a special council meeting before the end of September?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all, because it's the motion, as much as Councillor Baker does delight in twisting words, does not preclude that process. It allows for it. The administration needs to.
Madam Mayor, point of order. That is casting aspersions upon me, not
Councillor Baker, please allow the mover to speak to it, please.
And accuse me of twisting my words, Madam.
Councillor Baker, please allow the Deputy Mayor, who is the mover, to finish what he's saying.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It wasn't an accusation, it was self-evident. And can I just say it, the administration will need to then organise, there is a process for a special council meeting, there is an advertising mechanism, there are specific processes they need to go through. It doesn't preclude the special council meeting, but it opens that flexibility.
Okay, can I please have the procedural motion written specifically so that we are clear exactly what we're voting on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I might defer to the mover for some clarification. So previously we had a procedural motion that was to defer the matter to a meeting no later than the ordinary council meeting on the 12th of September. If the suggestion is to increase that flexibility to allow for an ordinary or a special council meeting, perhaps with the mover's indulgence, it could be a deferral motion to a council meeting no later than the 26th of September to provide an opportunity for a special council meeting and to allow the ordinary council meeting and briefing to occur as scheduled.
Is that correct, Deputy Mayor Treby?
That actually would take into effect the, yes, actually I think that's a much better way to do it because that specifically talks about the agenda preparation for those council meetings. There is a specific process for the agenda preparation, meetings, briefings, those sorts of things. So that would be much better.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Councillor Baker, does that answer your question and inquiry?
Well, one final question. Will this item be the sole agenda item at the meeting referred to, whichever name you want to give it, special, council, extraordinary? That's the issue. The importance of this matter.
The CEO Councillor Baker, the CEO will respond to that question.
Through you, Mayor, subject to the seconder, which is yourself agreeing, I have noted that the mover of the procedural motion now, as amended, is a deferral to a special council meeting no later than the 26th of September 2023.
So as the description, the special council meeting will be the same as the kind of council meeting we've had just on this topic alone. So that answers your question.
Yes,
Do you want to speak for this item, please, Councillor Baker?
Well, just to state the obvious, the ratepayers and we ourselves need further information. It's just patently obvious. The information has to be forthcoming. And also, Mr Percival should be asked to come along to that meeting and answer questions, rather than have you represent him and give his deputation through the chair.
This is beyond the procedural motion. This is talking about the motion. We're deciding whether to move it or not. Do I have any speakers against moving this item now? If I have no speakers against moving this item, I think we'll cast the vote. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
So the procedural motion is supported to defer this item to a special council meeting in September, and the fours are Mayor Aitken, Deputy Mayor Treby, Councillor Civic, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith, Councillor Baker, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Berry, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Newen. Against is Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Parker and Councillor Rowe. So thank you. And now, with that, no further items. Item 5 on the agenda. Item 6. People, we haven't closed the meeting yet, so if you are leaving, please be quiet as you leave while we close the meeting. Thank you. Item 6 to be tabled, there is nil. Item 7, the date of the next meeting. The next special council meeting has been scheduled for Tuesday, 4th of July, to be held at Council Chambers, first floor, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road. And I now declare the council meeting closed at 9:18 p.m. Thank you.